Shah had a plan, oh grand and true, to bring back a custom just for you, a dowry's charm to rekindle the fire. In a world where romance might expire.
Welcome in, folks. Hey, Peter Wright, great to see you. Howdy, sir. Pleasure to have you here. The Dr. Magnum. Welcome in, Dr. Magnum. Yo, is that a Halo triple kill medal for your profile picture? If that is, man, that's cool. Male Space, hey, good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Been appreciating watching your interviews and things you've been doing. So, thanks for being here, Male Space. Giovanni English, good evening, gents. Hey, great to see you, Giovanni. It's always a pleasure, man. Thanks for being here. Donald DJ DeMarco, welcome in, man. Shout out to you. Luke Nielsen, welcome in, Luke. Man, great to see so many of you guys in so early here in the chat. Right on time, actually. A wizard is never late, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to, so we'll just go with that. Oh, man, I'm happy to be here on this hot August day. Luckily, Sacramento has been getting a mild August, which is good. It's about 100 degrees today, which is better than 112, so I can live with it. Yo, Klaus, man. Great to see you, Klaus. Klaus, I've been appreciating your comments in the Discord, man. Thank you. The Dr. Magnum says that's the Tennessee flag. Oh, okay, nice. Well, shout out to the folks in Tennessee. I knew a woman from Tennessee once. We saw each other for about a year. Good woman there. Giovanni, thank you for the donation, man. It's more than I deserve, man. Thank you. Giovanni says, just showing some love, Shah. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate all the support that comes to the channel, you know, and it means a lot. It just means a lot, man. I'm glad that you enjoy the content and feel that it's worthy to, you know, throw a couple bucks at. So I'll try not to spend that all on one place. I'll try not to spend that on cigars, arrows for my bow, going on dates, going to random places like the Renaissance Fair, you know. So anyways, man, thank you again. Big appreciation. Mr. Pitt, shout out Mr. Pitt, man. Wow, we're not even at 5 minutes. I mean, we got enough for a show. Like the video. Yes, please hit the like button on the video. Please hit the like button. You know, I went out to the archery range today and I recorded myself just shooting my bow. I thought about making a YouTube video out of it, but I might go back out there and then shoot another video. I wasn't very proud of my shots, so to speak. I had some okay shots, but it wasn't that good. So I got some exercise in though, which was nice. I needed that. And so that was my day today, you know. And then I came home, watched some YouTube, had a cup of buttermilk, fell asleep for a bit, made a steak, and just went in from there. So, yep. The crew is assembling. Heck yeah, man. Real quick, I just got to text somebody something, just remembered. Let's get this other song going. I will give it a couple more minutes, just see if anybody else comes in. Oh, what the heck? I gotta reload this? What is this? Where's our country music?
It was 10 years ago when we tied the knot. Thought she was the jackpot, the best thing I got. But now I'm here, just me.
All right, hell yeah. The crew is assembling, very beautifully so. Thank you, Luke. What are arrows typically made of? Are there different materials? Yeah, there are. There's like wooden ones. The cheap ones, I think, are carbon fiber. I don't even know if they're... Carbon fiber sounds like it's too nice. Hold on, let me see. I can't remember if fiberglass or carbon fiber is the tight one. Let me just go look at the last Amazon. I buy like the cheapest arrows on Amazon because it's like I lose plenty of them, you know, or I break plenty of them. But good arrows are like wooden arrows. Oh, these are carbon arrows. These ones claim to be carbon fiber. Probably all lies. Hopefully not though. Product specifications. Says material carbon. So I don't know if that's supposed to be some new cheap industrial carbon fiber that they don't want to tell me about. But it cost me 30 bucks for 12 of them, you know. But yeah, I love shooting bows, man. It's nice to go out there and do that. You know, if that's something you do too, that could be a great date spot. I've taken dates out there before. They've had a great time. And so, you know, we need a new song. Should have listened to Dantavius. Heck yeah, man. I got the Dantavius thing loaded too. I actually have a few Instagram videos or reels that I saved that I thought were funny. We got Arnold Schwarzenegger coming up. Maybe we'll open up with Arnold Schwarzenegger before we go to the main, you know, discussion here. Then I got two other videos. I got a tragic ending here. So I'll show you what we got going on, actually. We got Paul Elam joins Pearl. It's going to be a fun discussion. Then we got how a Silicon Valley dream turned into a nightmare. The shocking murder of YouTube engineer Lyron Chen. And then we got, did child support hating ex-wife escape justice after shotgun blast murder? I mean, I shouldn't be laughing. Sorry, it was the child support part. So we got another Dr. Todd Grande video. So yeah, I mean, we got stuff going on here tonight, so that's cool. And then we got some funny YouTube reels. We got a stepdad struggling emotionally after stepdaughter tells him this. We'll see what that is. And we got Arnold Schwarzenegger right here. So I'll say once the song wraps up, we'll go ahead and hit that. And it's wrapping up. Couple more minutes. Oh man. Carbon fiber arrows. Yep, that's exactly it, Luke. Even some YouTube shorts for Archer would be cool to see. YouTube shorts for... I'll have to check that. I think I remember Archer, the cartoon, like way back in the day. I'm not sure if that's what you're referencing. We need a new song. Should have listened to Dantavius. Bro, I would love to hear that song, honestly. Wood, then aluminum, then fiberglass, then carbon fiber. Got it, yeah. Yeah, I usually just get the cheapest ones, man. I have been thinking about getting some wooden arrows, just because that's probably, you know, I don't know. I guess you can say the most quote-unquote traditional, if I can borrow that word. So yeah, that'd be pretty cool. But yeah, we're gonna have a fun stream today. It's pretty warm out here. I got the AC running, but I also got the windows open for oxygen. My energy levels feel pretty good. I have reincorporated brown rice back into my diet, so I just feel like that's got me going pretty good. I've been into meal prepping lately. So just been being super diligent, still losing more weight. I'm another 2 pounds down, I think. I was like 144 and a half. I weighed myself, I'm like 133 now or something. Oh, excuse me, not 133, 143. Oh my God, that would have been way too much. Oh, looks like Mr. Pitt just dropped in the new beat. Let's see what we got going on here. Let me pull up the Discord. Man, updates. Of course there's got to be updates. All right, that was pretty fast. All right, we're going to check out the should have... You know what? Let me just play Dantavius real quick, just for the...
Hey, yo, Dantavius.
Yeah.
What's today's card of the day?
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
Yep, that's right. That's right. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming. You know what? If it ain't working with the first one, you know what I'm saying? You just gotta get back on it. What's going on with this, man? Come on, man. I want my Dantavius back.
Yeah.
What's today's card of the day?
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
Hey, yo, Dantavius.
Hey, yo, Dantavius. All right, heck yeah. Let's go ahead and pull up that song from Mr. Pitt. We got a new one. Oh, it's okay. My bad. Hold on. I think I'm seeing something else, bro. Okay, sorry. I hyped it up too much. We do not have the Dantavius song. We do not have the Dantavius song right now. Dropped a new track. Oh, no, you did. Oh, here it is. Should have listened to Dantavius. Okay, let's see what we got going on, man. All right, should have listened. I'm going to put that with my pile over here. Let me bookmark that because I already know it's going to be good. It's crazy how fast AI can do this.
Just play Fortnite with my homies and didn't go to parties, be with a hostie.
Oh, that's good, man. I like this.
Go get some pussy, that's a old me. Should've listened to Dantavius. Should've listened to Dantavius.
That's not bad. Should have listened to Dantavius.
Yeah,
What's today's card of the day?
you gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl.
Man, we got to get him in the chorus somehow. Okay. Luke says, my bad. Giovanni said, Shah, your archery. I might have missed what you were saying. Sorry, man. Archery is cool, but I'm a rifle guy. Listen, man, it's fun shooting guns for sure, man. And I've gone to gun ranges plenty of times, but for me, it's like, I don't know. I feel like archery, there's just a little bit more exercise involved in terms of just pulling back on that thing. I like traditional bows, so, you know, it's more exercise than a compound, I feel like. And what's nice is when you shoot your arrows, you can just walk up there, assuming your shots aren't horrible, and you can just grab your arrows back, and the fun just continues, you know. And you go to the gun range after like 45 minutes, you know, you've blasted like $85 worth of rounds. And it was cool, you know what I mean? And I get it, you know, it's tight. I don't mind, but you know, me, I'm on the more budget friendliness, and I don't know. They have their own pros and cons. I get it. You know, I hear that. Sounds like you got a love of rifles, and that's what is pretty cool. Do you ever go out to like outdoor ranges and stuff? Go for like those real long shots? We have like one outdoor range over here. I've never been to it though, but I got a buddy who goes. Dropped a new track. Ditto, my sleep number is 556. Nice, man. 556, 223s. Can't remember if that's the NATO round. But all right, let's go ahead and see what Arnold Schwarzenegger has to say.
The next question. Knowing you,
Hold on one second. I gotta
being the
restart it.
interviewer that you are, digging in deep all the time, you will say now, what does your wife think about that?
About him smoking cigars, okay? Let's see how Arnold Schwarzenegger deals with somebody trying to tell him he can't smoke in his own house.
Let me ask you something. When my wife's father has introduced me to stogies, what is she gonna say? She's not gonna say my father made a mistake, because her father never makes a mistake. So therefore, it is okay. I can smoke stogies around her. I can smoke stogies in my house. First of all, because her father introduced me to stogies, and second of all, because I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone. I smoke my stogie anywhere I want. I don't have to find a hideout place like you. And I know now the next...
All right, shout out to Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know, he used to be governor of California for a bit. That was interesting. I can't remember. I think that was after Gray Davis. Somebody got recalled. And yeah, so that's our other tip. Aside from Dantavius, we got Arnold Schwarzenegger telling us how to get away with stuff if you're dealing with the wife who's being annoying. Yep, NATO, Glock 19. Good old Glocks. I'm not sure what that is, but either that's you making fun of Arnold Schwarzenegger's way of pronouncing things, or that's some kind of gun I never heard of. Man, I want to show you guys some more IG reels just for the fun of it. All right, let's go ahead and see what happens with this stepdad over here. Yes, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. All right, stepdad struggling emotionally struggling emotionally after stepdaughter tells him this. All right, so let's see what's going on over here. Let's go to the next one. Oh, his voice. Got it. All right.
If you a step parent.
Man, I hate how this thing like
Straight like that. So I got 2 stepdaughters, right? One of them shipping out to the army in about a month. So yesterday we sitting on the couch, we chopping it up, bucka. You know how I go? And she's like, yeah, I had to make a will and I had to put people in charge of my body and my money. God forbid anything happen. So I'm all engaged. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. Nothing's gonna happen to you. You're a pretty girl and you kinda smart. So they probably gonna have you in the office. But she's like, yeah, but you never know because they gonna give me a gun. I get that, but you're gonna be straight. But she goes, just in case though. But if I do die, I left everything to my dad.
So his stepdaughter's joining the military and they had to do a will or something like that. I don't know if that's standard procedure, but that's a thing that she had to do. So stepdad's listening into this.
So I paused for a second. I said, huh? Yeah, I left everything to my dad. I figured like he'll do the right thing. I said, everything? Yeah. I said, the car? Yeah. I bought you the car. You a sucker if you a step parent. Straight like that. So I got 2 stepdaughters. All your jewelry? Yeah. I bought you that. I bet. You know what? You're right. Your dad a good guy. Pucka. I ain't even gonna be in your chest like that.
Man, this guy's feeling so bad about it too. It's like he had to just immediately go to the gas station, and and he's just like at the gas station, like, what the heck is going on? You know what I mean?
So I go to the room. I'm watching TV, all in my feelings. A tear fall from my eye. Like, damn, I ain't get nothing. You couldn't leave me the car so I could remember you by? Nah, you gonna get it to your daddy. All right, bet. She go, yo, can I go to get a crumble cookie? That's fine. Make sure you buy your daddy a cookie. So she go to crumble cookie. On the way to crumble cookie, she called me. Yo, Rob, my car's shaking over 40. I said, oh, man.
I mean, if she's going to be joining the military, she's going to have to learn how to, like, not panic when your car starts giving you problems and just figure out how to fix it.
It's probably something to do with your tires. Pull over.
Sounds like a wheel bearing.
Check if you got something in your tire. Sure enough, she got a flat.
Oh, okay.
She's like, yeah, I got a flat. What do I do? Call your motherfucking daddy.
All right, yeah, I don't know. I saw that and I was like, man, this is not helping folks with wanting to be stepdad. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to tell people not to do it, you know what I mean? But you just got to understand what the deal is and make sure it's the deal that works for you. Though I will ask a poll and say, did this video make, let's see, would you ever become a step parent? You know what? Let's just, step parent, just in case there's some invisible ladies out here. Start poll. Okay. Luke says, yeah, I have a sort of collection. 5.56 by 54 is the M16 M4 NATO round. Nice. Man, that's really cool. Currently running a Gen 5 Glock 34 as my range gun from Giovanni. Yes, I do go to outside ranges, and yes, I do have a 7.62. Wow. 7.62s, that's what they put in AKs, right? I can't remember. There's probably a couple different rounds for different ones. 7.62 by 54R and 7.62 by 39. I've heard of 7.62, but not like those other numbers behind it. That's interesting. She did them dirty. She absolutely did do them dirty. Luke says, yes, and quite a surreal experience when you have to create a will that young. Let me tell you. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I can only imagine because you probably like aren't thinking about that at all. And it's just like, I don't know. Then you think about your life and possibly, not coming back and what you have, and then what the relationships in your life, what they mean to you. The military is a completely different experience. It makes me think of Starship Troopers. You know that meme, I'm doing my part, And when it comes to service for citizenship, it's an interesting concept there, or a mandatory conscription, so to speak. That's, you know what? I'm gonna ask that in the poll. 75% of you say no to the stepdad thing. Hey, you know, a shout out to the 25% up there that are, you know, willing to help out the folks. Now, when you help out people, just remember you're doing it from the goodness of your heart and do not expect anything back. All right, you're gonna donate some. This is all charity. All right, that's probably want to go into this saying this is all charity. Should we have a mandatory conscription? Okay. Start poll. No to stepkids from Dr. Magnum. F that. Negative from Donald DJ DeMarco. Yo, hey, shout out, Base. Great to see you in here, and a happy belated birthday. I enjoyed your last video. Base says, I think a lot of people don't grasp that being a stepfather is like raising a kid with one hand behind your back. You're just restricted in many ways and seldom are appreciated even by your wife. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of those nightmare stories that you see, and, you know, especially when it comes to things like disciplining, and it's really bad if you have legal parentage over the child, so you're responsible. You have all the duties of a parent, you know, especially if the relationship ends up not working out, and, you know, you'd have to pay child support and be responsible for their health insurance and these kinds of things. You could still fight for custody. I mean, you can fight for custody technically because you have a legal parentage status there over the child. But yeah, it's like you say, that's a tough thing there. It really is. And then like with this person, it's like, so the dad's in her life enough for her to want to leave everything in the will or whatever to her dad, but he's not helping out with buying her a car or all these other expenses and things like that. 7.62 is a .30 caliber, essentially. Okay, still a little bit mystifying to me there. I'll have to learn more about that. Giovanni says, F them kids. Inferior DNA. Yeah, no, hey, man, I get it. I think the only, like, I would consider it if I had, like, 2 kids of my own and then, like, the mom, she went off or something and decided to go live in Vegas and, I don't know, live the wildlife or something. And I'm raising these 2 kids. And if I met a woman and she's got a kid or 2 in tow, then that might be an option in that situation, depending on the situation. I did see, I've seen families like that before. I knew somebody like that, and it seemed to be a good thing going on. And every time I'd walk by his desk, I'd always, just think, thank God those kids, because I'd see the picture of his family, his 2 kids and her 2 kids, and I was happy to see that those kids just got a stable household somewhere. I hate to come off like this.
Won't somebody please think of the children?
Speaking of thinking of the children, we got another sound effect here. I found this other funny one from The Simpsons.
I don't think we're talking about love here. We're talking about sex in front of the children.
Sex cauldron? I thought they closed that place down.
That made me laugh so hard I had to make a sound effect out of it.
I don't think we're talking about love here. We're talking about sex in front of the children.
So that's going to be our sister sound effect to this.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
That sound effect might be a little loud. I might have to adjust that. F them kids. Where was the hell no answer? Oh gosh, I know. Down to Mark says, if the real dad is extra angry and the kids are young enough to be coerced, you can get a false accusation for some wrong touching, if you know what I mean. Yo, that's actually, people can deflect that and say, oh, that's just, that's not going to happen to most people, or you're just thinking of the worst case scenario. But as crazy as this sounds, I've seen that happen. Okay? Like, I've not seen that happen. I've seen that happen, or I've heard about this happening to people. You know what I mean? And I've seen some guys deal with some lawsuits on that, step parents and this kind of thing. So that's another angle I wasn't exactly thinking of right now, but that is a thing to consider, You know, that is a thing to consider also, especially since they're not your genetic children and all this kind of stuff. So, hey man, that's a fair consideration. Did I get Kyle Wells? Kyle Wells, your comment didn't pop up on my little app here that brings the comments up, but Kyle Wells, shout out to Kyle Wells. Says, I actually saw a I'm not the stepfather, I'm the father that stepped up t-shirt in public at a grocery store the other day. Yeah, I don't know, man. You know, it's just like, why? You know what I mean? I don't know. Whatever, man. I hope they give that guy a 10% discount at IHOP or something. Don DeMarco says, if the real dad is extra angry and the kids are young enough to be coerced. Oh, yeah, we got that. Luke says, that's part of the silver bullet divorce strategy. Yep. Mr. Pitt says, her leaving everything to her biological father doesn't mean he's involved in the least. Some children continue to pine for parental figures that haven't said 10 words to them in 10 years. Yeah. I think there's such a thing as that. You know, there's that deep biological connection. There's that curiosity. There's that, didn't they want to be in my life? Or who knows? That could be a void within them their whole life. We got a couple more IG reels, but I'm going to save. We'll save these maybe to break up the show a little bit. So we won't have to worry. We're not going to just sit here and do IG brain rot right now. I just say we go ahead and get into this. Then we got this story about a rich Silicon Valley couple whose marriage turned into a nightmare. This is going to be another do you have the stomach kind of video. And then we got this child support, thing depending on how much time we got and what we feel like doing. And, I was spending my time just reading more papers about the dowry. The dowry was a conditio sine qua non for the marriage, meaning that without this, the marriage did not happen. We're talking about dowries in Renaissance Italy. Even orphan girls reared in charities received small dowries when they married. Provisions for these dowries were made either by the charities themselves or by people leaving sums of money in their wills explicitly for the purpose of creating dowry funds. In these wills, it was common for money to be bequeathed to provide dowries for the poor girls of our town. With the Monte delle Doti, the dowry fund, Florence created a public-funded debt in which households could invest a share of their wealth, get a good return in terms of interest earnings, and upon maturity, obtain a sum of money to provide their daughters with dowries. And yet another place also we see here about needing... I'm going to read this first paragraph. This is just a bit of dowry fun for you guys, Your
dowry.
We can't have a stream without talking about it. In medieval and Renaissance Italy, marriages in which the bride's household provided the dowry were the norm. Resurfacing in the early Middle Ages, the institution of the dowry survived in Italy for many centuries, disappearing only a few decades ago. The dowry administered by the groom or the groom's father, who could use and invest the dowry. However, or the groom's, isn't that crazy? Like, not just the groom, but the groom's father. Like, part of the marriage contract negotiation could have also been like, grandpa's in this, basically saying, okay, this is what we're going to do with the dowry. Where is my...
And there's nothing more important than marrying a wealthy woman. As you get older, I'm going to teach you tricks on how to find a dumb lady that loves just tanning and comes from a family full of perhaps oil money. And then you can be a spoken for, well taken care of trophy husband and surf every day. And then maybe someday Grandpa can also get on the money train. And
yep, so we're going to get Grandpa in here too. Just real quick, I ended the poll. Should we have mandatory conscription? No, 77% say no. 22% say yes. Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing there. The dowry was in. I'd be interested in hearing some of your guys' reasons for that. If you don't mind sharing them, no pressure though. The dowry was administered by the groom or the groom's father, who could use and invest the dowry. However, if the groom died, the dowry returned to the bride. The bride did not control the daily management of her dowry, but retained legal ownership over it. Parents had to provide dowries for all their daughters, even for those who entered convents as nuns. Okay, so we've seen this in multiple places now. Although in the latter case, the dowries were usually smaller. Okay, but before we get to the video, I just want to show you guys one more newspaper article because I'm excited about it. Okay, this is one I didn't share with you guys back then. Okay, where's my Italy article? Oh, do I not have my Italian article up? Oh, no. I was doing a whole thing on Italy, you know. Let me see if I got that in here somewhere. Legends. I must have saved that somewhere. No, that's my Greece stuff. Oh, man. I sent this to Peter Wright. Oh, here we go. Italy dowry. Shout out to the Italians here. Doing a whole thing on Italians. This is from 1970. So this was actually in a... Oh, gosh. Where's the full article? Did I not save it on this specific one? It's from an article from 1972. Oh, here it is right here. No more dowry. Well, yeah. So it's from the Independent Press Telegram, February 6, 1972. This is just interesting because it's giving us some history of this sort of changeover from the dowry system to what we have now. Okay. And divorce was finally allowed in Italy in 1970. Okay. So there was an issue there that feminists didn't like, is that there was still all these holdover laws from the dowry. So let's see what they got to say about that. No more dowry. When Italy finally legalized divorce in December 1970, there remained the problem of the dowry. The dowry, or goods and money, which the bride brings into a marriage...
Your dowry, it's my right!
...is firmly established in Italian law. The state civil code contains 32 articles defining the amount, use, and title to the dowry. Everything except its disposition in case of divorce. And that's because, you know, they weren't doing divorce. They were having annulments and these kinds of things. So now divorce became a thing. Arguing that a man could divorce his wife and still keep her dowry, Italy's Senate recently decided to abolish the age-old dowry tradition outright. Oh, gosh. The act was favored, needless to say, by Italy's liberated young women who considered the dowry a price on their heads and a hostage to their fidelity. Okay. Under the old laws, you see, adulterous women forfeited all claims to their dowries. See, marriage used to mean something. Like, marriage used to be a deal where you had protections. You know what I mean? Like, marriage used to not be this joke or mockery of itself. Like, it was actually something, you know? And then it just became this, like, neutered sort of cosplay, frankly, at this point. So there is this complete opposition between feminism and the dowry. And this is why I believe that the dowry is a beautiful golden spear that can be wielded and thrown straight into the heart of the issue here, of the gynocentric heart of the beast, so to speak. So anyways, that's our fun surprise for today. That's our fun surprise. Let me just get with the chat real quick, and then we're gonna start the video finally. We're gonna start the video finally. So some more trivia for you guys there. Where are we at here? Where did I leave off? Okay, we don't got much in here. Some folks aren't cut out for military service. Freedom of choice. I want to serve with people who want to be of service. Okay, that's some interesting points against that there. All right, we're going to talk about this discussion here with Paul Elam. Shout out to Paul Elam, who's done a unquantifiable amount of service for helping men and the men's rights movement, as well as for the MGTOW folks and the original Red Pill. And he's going to be having a sit down here with Pearl. This is an older conversation. So this is like over a year ago, but Pearl's recently reposted it. And this is before, you know, our dowry conversation hit the fray. But I was listening to this conversation and I enjoyed it so much because, like, even without the dowry stuff, Paul's views on romantic love and all these kinds of things were just so spot on and consistent. It's like, you know, he figured out all this stuff without the help of dowry or whatever it happens to be, you know what I mean? And I was like, this is just so good. I thought that we'd just enjoy listening to the conversation. So, we're not going to have to sit here and be surprised. It's not going to be a nails on chalkboard kind of stream like the last 3 that I put you guys through. This is going to be, I think, something that we can actually enjoy listening to and maybe stop every now and then have some conversations about it. So let's just have some fun, guys. Just have some fun over here. We're going to start this from the beginning.
What up, guys? Welcome to the Audacity Network and welcome to the Sit Down. Today, I have a special guest on the channel. Welcome to the show, Paul Elam, men's right activist. You have a YouTube channel, over 100,000 subscribers.
Yes, at An Ear for Men on YouTube.
An Ear for Men, I think formerly called The Voice for Men.
And
Paul had to deal with a lot of stuff, from the censorship brigade on that one.
How long have you been doing this?
Since 1993.
Wow.
Actually, that was the year that Warren Farrell's Myth of Male Power came up, and reading that sort of turned my life around, and I've been doing this ever since.
It was interesting listening to this because I didn't realize that Paul was, I'm sure he knew of Warren Farrell, but I didn't know that was his direct sort of entrance into this area. So that was just really cool.
And was there a moment that red pilled you? How did you get into the space?
Well, the book played a role in red pilling me, but what happened after that, I worked in a residential treatment facility, and I came into work after reading that book. In one of our staff meetings, I asked everybody why we were assessing every woman that came into our facility for whether or not she'd been a victim of domestic violence, and we were assessing all the men who came into our facility for whether or not they'd been perpetrators of domestic violence, and we weren't asking women whether they were perpetrators or men whether they were victims.
Wait, what type of facility was it?
Substance abuse treatment.
Oh, and so they would automatically ask the women if they were victims.
I think it was Coach who said this, but I'm pretty sure it was him, but he'd say whenever a woman would say she was in an abusive relationship, he would ask her, were you the abuser? I think that was Coach. I don't want to be wrong there.
And ask the men if they were Is that because of the Duluth model, right?
That was the Duluth model, and it also goes back to just sugar and spice narrative about women, and men are bad, women are good narrative that's been around is at least as long as Duluth or longer. But when I asked about it, I got hostility. I mean, there was outrage among my peers for even asking the question. And my first thought was, I think I'm over some kind of target here. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm going to find out. And I've been finding out ever since.
And so did you end up leaving the facility, or how did that
I ended up leaving the field.
Oh, wow.
And doing my own thing. I just couldn't take it anymore because there was a lot more problems than that. And some problems not even gender related. The recidivism rates in chemical dependency treatment are abysmal, and lots of other reasons to leave. But my interest in men's issues took me into counseling men, and that's what I've been doing.
And what would you say are the common problems that men come to you with?
They've been screwed over by women for the most part. I mean, I'm not casting dispersions here, but of the men I talk to, 98% of them, whatever life circumstances they're dealing with at the time, go back to decisions that they've made regarding women, getting married to the wrong women, getting the wrong woman pregnant, getting in a relationship with somebody who will make false allegations, all these things, and not screening women. It goes back to that. But
and I really like that advice from Paul, because I think it just goes into even kind of like when you think of a gold pill way of thinking about it, this idea of negotiation. Is this deal something that's going to work for me? Instead of mostly acting off of an obligation or feeling like you have to do this, even if it's technically a bad deal for you, or coming from a place of desperation or something like that. Let me just catch up with the chat real quick. His book was his enlightening point. Warren recently went a bit sideways in terms of the stuff, what still valid early insights. Really, I mean, I really don't know much of his recent stuff, but if you don't mind expanding a little bit on that, but yeah, I mean, if you could YouTube appropriate in there, that sounds interesting. Hey, Karen, great to see you, man. I think it's been a while. Welcome in, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well out there. His initial points were good, but he's still a feminist and has some crazy ideas too. I remember that part about him. I think because, you know, we watched his interview on whatever podcast. We stream reacted to that one. And I think he said he started off as a feminist. And then it became about liberating men also, or he started, you know, recognizing that there was something imbalanced on men's side of this. So that was the interesting thing about him. Karen says, this interview is amazing. Paul's an OG. His experience and wisdom on this issue is invaluable. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Donna Mark says he allows his wife to... No, are you serious? Warren Farrell? I don't think he... Warren Farrell, the guy... I mean, you know, that's interesting. That must have been confirmed in some ways. But I don't know. I'd have to probably see a source on that. Not a direct source, but a reputable source. Not primary source material, just secondary or possibly tertiary sources would suffice. Not that it's any of my business or anything like that. So, yeah, interesting there. Okay, Gamer. Hey, Gamer, welcome back in. Shah, how do you feel about child support? How does Shah feel about child support? That's a great question. Gamer, you do realize that I used to work at a child support agency, right? Like, you do know that. I mean, you are new around here. I get it. Like, I'm not just saying that. Like, I did used to. Like, I was a child support officer for 5 years. Like, I trained child support agents, you know. I put on classes of like 20 people of new hired child support or even veteran child support officers that needed to learn something new. But, you know, yeah, you know, unfortunately, in the society we live in and what we've decided to do with marriage and do with family law, it is a thing that exists there. Based off of the freedoms that we want to give people and have, it is a part of society. So child support is an effort to prevent and to recoup monies that get expended from the welfare system. Donna Mark says it's a recent development from his own mouth. Interesting. Luke says he's in the same category for me as that guy that wrote No More Mr. Nice Guy book. Good book, but there are a lot of guys that are nice, quote unquote, that aren't that kind of nice. He writes about. All right. Well, we need mandatory paternity testing. I could get behind that, man. And the thing is it wouldn't be that hard to do because those tests are not that expensive. You know, they're really not. Like, it's an affordable thing. It's a realistic thing. People go in and get lab tests all the time. You know, they get STD testing and this and that. You can do a genetic test at birth. He's also a stamp. So there's that. Okay. Karen says, Shah, are you planning on a collab stream with CGA or it's complicated? Just my opinion, but it'd be great if you can explore like a collab stream rather than only reaction content. I mean, I've been doing some collab streams with other creators. I haven't really, you know, I don't have an open line of communication with Coach, which is unfortunate. But, you know, I would love to. Obviously, Coach is one of my heroes. You know, one thing I wished I could have talked to Coach about when I saw him last time was for years prior to the dowry stuff, I watched Coach for a good couple years prior to that. And I was more focused on the child support stuff. And there's this child support story that I always wanted to talk to him about. But I didn't really get to talk to him about it when I met him in Vegas because, you know, he was doing his Twitch stream and he didn't want to get too deep into it, but he did mention on the stream that he'd be down to do some kind of collab stream. You know what I mean? It's just unfortunate because we don't have a direct method of communication. But other than that, you know, Coach has been vocal about not liking to do collab streams, you know, so it was like kind of a miracle that he met with It's Complicated and I for that Twitch stream, which, you know, and especially me being a fan of Coach, I was very grateful for. But there's nothing in the works or anything like that. But if that ever became an opportunity, there is a child support story that like I've never talked about because I only wanted to give it to him if he would have found interest in it. But I didn't bring that up, you know, when I saw him because we were so busy talking about the dowry. But man, that was just so freaking cool hanging out with Coach. So it's complicated. It's complicated. I definitely want to do some stuff. We definitely do. He's not like he might be getting, you know, like he has a very specific format. So usually like it's better in person, but there is stuff that, you know, we've chatted about and things we've tossed about that may come to fruition. So that would be cool. That would be cool. So that, you know, it may or may not happen, but other than that, I have been doing other collabs. There's one I did recently with Anya Shack. I don't know if you saw that. I did a community post about that on my channel. That was a fun one. And I'm doing, I don't know if I should say, there's another one coming down the line with some folks who've been in here for a while. I'll be recording that one on Labor Day. And I was on Pearl's show again last week. I can't remember what day that was. Was that Tuesday or Wednesday? I don't remember now. But it happened, and that was good. And then there's another person I'm going to be recording a video with here soon. So there's more stuff coming down the pipeline. Unfortunately, not with CGA. So, you know, maybe if I get a line of communication with him or, you know, so we'll see. We'll see. Luke says, the only problem I have with the whole mandatory test thing is not the test, but the data and who has access to it. That's an interesting point. You know, yeah, I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point too. What do they do with that? If anything, you know, that can be, I would like to think, mitigated if they put in the law, if you added stuff in the codes about what is done with that information. You know what I mean? And whether or not people have to dispose of it or those agencies have to dispose of it in order to be in compliance, you know? So I'd like to think there is a legal way to maybe mitigate some of that stuff. Karen says, but appreciate all you do, man. And sorry I was very busy with life for quite a while. Hope you're doing well. No worries, man. Dude, it's all good, bro. I appreciate you spending the time you spent here and coming in, man. I know people are busy. And, you know, listen, like, would it be great? Like, I'd like to see the stream grow and for there to be a bunch of people and for everybody to be here kicking it all the time. You know what I mean? But I also know everybody's busy with life and you got to do what you got to do. So folks coming in and hanging out and talking to me every now and then is, it makes me happy, man. It makes streaming fun for me. So, you know, don't apologize, man. Don't apologize. That's all I'm trying to say. Gamer says, you feel like child support is necessary evil or would you prefer it not exist? That's a good question, man. That's honestly a good question. The form of child support that we have now, I think is something that isn't right and needs massive reform. I think there is such thing as one or the other abandoning their family or people abandoning their children. You know, how we deal with that is a question. You know what I mean? So it's like, yes, I think it should exist to some extent because there is such a thing. And it could be a mom abandoning her family. I've seen that happen. And it could be a father abandoning his family. So that is such a thing that happens. You know what I mean? And when that happens, there should be legal consequences, you know? There should be help. So, you know, in some form, it does need to exist, right? But I think the way we do it now, I think needs to be looked at. What kills me is that some guys are forced to pay child support for kids who aren't there. Yes, that's one of those ways that we do it now that I think we should look at and reform. Definitely. So, you know, again, you know, genetic tests were like a nuclear bomb in this space. I've said that in different interviews. I think I said that in my Pearl sit-down interview. Because prior to that, we did not have that. And it really made it easy for child support to say, we're going to charge you if you're not married and you're the genetic father. But it also made it hard for people who were legally the father who then found out they weren't, you know, to do something about it. And it made it easier for you to be in that position and find out with definitive proof. So, yeah, you know, and I think it's not fair to just say, well, too bad, you lost the game. So now you need to be, you know, forced into this kind of, I hate to use the word, but this kind of slavery in a weird way. I've seen cases where I've seen I've seen cases where guys found out they weren't the father, they were married, and then the mom took the kids and went to go live with the guy that was the genetic father, but the guy who wasn't even in the house anymore was forced to pay child support into what they were doing. Is that right? No, it isn't. Not in my opinion. But you know, I'm one man here. But according to the law, that is how justice was carried out. Don DeMarco says, "Oh snap, my bad. Robert Glover is the dude who started letting his wife do all that. My bad, yeah. Okay, yeah. So let's go and just put this out there. It was, in fact, not Warren Farrell. It was not Warren Farrell, everybody. Everybody, I need y'all to pay attention. What was said earlier in the chat was not Warren, okay? Why am I saying Warren Farrell? Am I switching up the names? Did I just mix them with the actor like a nutcase? Oh, my God. Oh, no, hold on. I'm thinking of somebody else. Anyways, it was Robert Glover. It was Robert Glover. Okay. Thank you for coming in, Don DeMarco, and letting us know and clearing that up. Shout out to you for that, man, because, you know, when you find out something isn't true and you come in here later and you say, hey, man, I said this and it wasn't actually factual and I want to clear this up, that's a respectable thing right there. Two old dudes with white hair. What can I say? Gamer says, what kills me is the gynocentric bias that there is in the rest of American law. Yes, and that is because of the culture we live in, very much so. Yeah, CGA does rare collabs. He likes to fly solo a lot. Yeah, and I've seen him say that on stream many times. And the thing is like what we're doing over here is something new, you know, and Coach has a specific brand. You know, he has the free agent lifestyle. If we're over here creating something new, it's not fair. Like, it would be greedy of me to say, oh, well, Coach should be, you know what I mean? Like, to even think that Coach should do more than he's already done for me, which is way more than enough. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it's up to us. It's up to me to push this forward. And if it becomes something more respectable, then maybe later on, you know, Coach and I could possibly do a collab like that. So, you know what I mean? It's just like, okay, young sir, you know, we've seen what you're doing. We like what you're doing so far. And he even told me when I saw him, he was like, you know, I'm gonna let you build it up a bit. And then, you know, we can do something. But he said that specifically, I'm gonna let you build it up a bit. So it's not you just run to these guys and expect they've done their journey. You know, it's up to us to do the hard work, especially me, you know, so that's just, you know, that's how it is. Karen says, oh yeah, about your interview with Anya, I have bookmarked it also. I watched your Pearl stream with you and Doug and Sean. You were cooking, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. That one was fun too. I was, Pearl hit me up. She's just like, hey, you know, I'm going to be doing this. And I was like, yeah, why not? You know, I'll show up. Luke says, I get the law thing, but the Gov ignores the laws. Gun registries are a good example of that. They have de facto registries from information they're supposed to destroy, but don't. That's true. There's one thing to have laws, and then the other thing is enforcement. Enforcement's a huge issue. Base says, worrying about your DNA being taken, just remember that you aren't Captain America. DNA tests should be mandatory for the children, not even the dad or mom. Man. See, now you got me thinking about science fiction, Base. Like, what if, like, they got my DNA, you know, and I'm just, like, a normal guy, but for some reason, like, 2,000 years from now, some, like, genetic archaeologists are like, you know what, we're going to take this guy's DNA. For some reason, genetic technology has advanced so far that they find something special about my DNA. Or Luke's DNA. Or Base's DNA. Or Michael Sayan's DNA. And they're like, we're going to have to make 1,000 of these guys and send them into space for some reason. Because of the genetic thing. And then it's just like some super cool sci-fi future story. So, yeah, I mean, there could be positives that come out of that. There are many cases of kids not getting genetic DNA testing and blood transfusions because their mom lied or pretended. Absolutely. Like, there is very real medical reasons why people should know, you know, who their real biological parents are. Or just straight up didn't know to have grace. Yeah, I mean, there's people who do those, you know, genetic tests to find out, like, their ancestry and stuff, and then they find out, like, something fishy's going on, and it's a whole thing. Luke says, I'm not down for men abandoning kids or mothers either, but a woman can abort a child. Why can't a guy abort the child support? That's a good question, man. I mean, men unfortunately do not have that right. They took a lot of rights away from us, like this one.
Dowry, it's my right.
And yeah, you're right. You know, this is where it is unfair. You know what I mean? It is. Hey, Michael, thanks so much for the donation, man. I appreciate you. By the way, Michael, I saw your comments in, I think it was in Anya's interview with me, and I really appreciated reading your comments there, and I liked what you were saying, and get it? Michael's saying what Michael's saying was saying. Anyways, but yeah, I really appreciated those comments and the stuff you're coming in there with, man, and shout out to you, and honorable shout out to the Silver Pill, which is, you know, represented by Michael there. Watched you and Anya. Hey, you reminded me of a techno song from like 2008. Or probably even like, oh gosh, was it 2008? Maybe a little after that. Your interviews and knowledge keeps getting better and better. Keep it up. Enjoy watching. Thank you. Thank you so much for the kind words. I know we got to get back to this Paul interview, but I'm just hanging out with the folks tonight. Gamer says child support also doesn't consider how some women treat or literally use guys as sperm donors. Absolutely. I mean, there's some real baby trapping going on. There's all kinds of messed up stuff going on out here, man. It is crazy. Man, I was just listening to something right before this, and it was one of those things that was so crazy. I'm just like, it made me think the entire conservative conversation is such a waste of time. Like that, like whatever you, like if you're a TradCon conservative and you think any of this stuff is coming back, like, man, do I have a bridge to sell you? Thanks a ton, Luke. Was hit with the good old doctor said infertile. I'll take the pill if anything. Oh, wow. Then proceeds not to. Wait a minute. Hey, DePhantom, welcome in. But if I get some more clarity on what you're saying, was hit with the good old doctor said So she told you that the doctor said she was infertile and couldn't have kids. And then basically made you feel real confident that she was on some birth control. And then it turns out it was a miracle baby. Oh my gosh. Because that's what it sounded like to me. Base FZZ says, I'll never in my life understand how the F a court system can see a father as not the genetic father and still have him pay child support. It's truly injustice. Say what you will. Base, let me tell you, man, I've worked there. I've done genetic tests. I've put the cheek swab, the buccal swab into mom and dad's, mouths and got the cheek cells out of there. I did it to the babies too. I did it to the kids out here. And I still don't get it either. Let me tell you, I'm still like, I don't get it either. It's still like mind-boggling to me. Like there's just no option, especially if you're already legally the parent, And then those guys don't want to pay, and it's like, well, all I can say is if you don't pay, we're just going to make your life work like harder. But it's like, how can you lose the game that badly and then expect I don't want to call like life a game, but in life, you got such a raw deal and there's just no justice. There's no nothing for you on that. And it's just like, well, it always centers around, well, the kid knows you as dad. The kid knows you as dad. And it could be the most dysfunctional household. You might not even have been in the kid's life really that much, but you just happen to be legally the parent and we're just paying for things because you thought there's a lot of scenarios, man. But it happens. And that was like one of the biggest things when I first learned that, man. I had to just go tell all my buddies. It was so bad. I didn't want to see that happen to like people that I knew. So like I had to like be over there, Wait, guys, wait. Stop. We're all in our mid-20s and we're making okay money. Stop. Slow down a bit. I need to talk to you guys. Like that's what was happening with me. LOL used as a sperm donor. Like I just said, there you go. Yeah, man, I've been there. That's good to know. I was thinking things through about Farrell. I knew that Glover dude was off. Knew it. Okay. Man, there's more comments I want to get to here. You know what? I'll catch up with the comments in a bit. Let's just watch a little bit more of this, and then I'll start where I stopped here, because you guys got some great comments tonight.
Their drinking, their drugging, their depression, their suicidal ideation, their all kinds of life problems when we talk long enough, we get back to the women in their lives and what they were expecting. Guys think, I'm going to meet a girl and fall in love, and she's going to love me back, and we're going to go off happily ever after into the sunset, and then they find out that it doesn't really work that way.
Yup, and you know, women, for the most part, are so good at cosplaying that and playing off that role. And they get so angry. Like, they're so angry with the manosphere for exposing that. You know what I mean? And just showing the double standards here and how, you know, things have become a raw deal. So you're just a bad guy if you bring that up. And then simultaneously, like, you will see certain advice given to women that is otherwise scumbag advice. But if it's on the other side for a man, it's just like, no, they won't do that. There's just these weird double standards. There's this video I'm kind of tempted to play for you guys. It was on Hasanabi's channel, and it was a video called Chad Vice. And I was listening to it while I was making my steak tonight. And it was so bad. Everything about it was so bad. And they were just so afraid to call out some of the scumbaggery of the women that called in to ask for the Chad Vice, you know, this relationship advice. And there was one segment of the show where they literally told like the opposite thing to somebody, and then it was like okay when it was like, it was just this really weird thing. But I don't know if I should torture everybody with that. We got something, you know, we got way better stuff here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's devastating for them.
And you found that even men that are struggling with substance abuse, it's mostly women too.
Well, absolutely. I mean, a lot of guys drink over bad marriages.
Right.
They're miserable. They don't know what to do. They have children. If they get a divorce, they're worried about, you know, sometimes the wife is abusive and the man won't leave because they don't want to leave the children with an abusive mother, and they already know the courts are going to give her custody. Right. So they stay and they drink or they drug or they engage in other risky behaviors or have affairs. Eventually they blow up and slap her or something like that. And then that sets problems into motions.
And do you think this starts for men from childhood? Like, where do you think this comes from? This, you know, because we were talking about it earlier, just the simping, like they just want to appease women all of the time.
Well, look at your average family, or people from my generation grew up in homes where it was an edict, you better make your mother happy.
Right.
If mother complains to father, you're in trouble, sometimes really abusive trouble. So it starts in early childhood where father's off at work, they're left with the mother at home, they learn to please mom. They get manipulated. The child manipulates back, pleasing the mom, anything to make her smile. And that sets a behavioral pattern that they take into relationships. They go into their first year of school. It's all women. They have to please the teachers. Their lives are shaped by women for the first 18 to 20 years in almost all cases. And the men learn early, you've got to make her happy.
You know, the other thing I'd add to that too is the media. The media influence is so crazy. Like when you think about like what we grew up with and how we were kind of taught, or like what was shown to us. And what's crazy, like I just showed you that Italian article. And that's not that long ago. That's 1970. Like everything is going a certain way in the world. And then in 1970, suddenly like no fault divorce, like I don't know if it's no fault or at fault over there, but suddenly divorce laws just change rapidly. You know, we got no fault over here. The dowry goes away. And it hasn't even been that long. And now it's like in shambles. Everything is in shambles. So they did this stuff. They primed it to fail. And then they like force fed everybody media about what you should be doing. And all it did was like lead a bunch of guys to shoot themselves in the foot. Nobody's happy, not even the women. Let me just catch up a chat real quick. You know, I was thinking all this while, why hasn't Andrew Wilson invited you to talk about dowry? I guess trads don't like to talk about it, or they have limited knowledge, benefit of the doubt. Well, I mean, Rachel Wilson was here once and she left a super chat. You know, I know they're busy folk. She did follow up with me on Twitter and she said she'd reach out to me again after some time. So, you know, I'm not, you know, I don't want to be like a bother to them or anything like that. It seems like they're always doing something. So if she does end up following up with me, then, you know, maybe I can have that chat with her and then possibly possibly maybe even him someday. You know, we don't know. We just got to keep doing what we're doing over here. So, you know, maybe it's crossed their radar a bit. I'm not sure. I think that would be an interesting conversation. So, you know, we'll see what happens. DePhantom says, yep, she wanted a cute baby and used me as the donor. Wow. Oh my gosh. Bro, could you just imagine the betrayal, bro? Like, that's the craziest part too. It's just like this happens and then all of a sudden it's like, you're just in it and there's nothing you can do. You know what I mean? And that's why it's like, you have to be so diligent and smart about this. Like, and let me tell you for myself, it's like, I've had those conversations with women, you know what I mean? And I always had this thing where I thought it was like, to be honest, when I was young, like, oh, you know, the guys are the ones that always push for like the bad things, quote unquote, you know? But a lot of women push for it too. Like a lot of women will be like, I'm tired of using condoms. Like you know, hit it raw, basically. And then you'll sit there and you'll have that conversation with them and it's be like, okay, you know, so what happens in the event that this happens? Because birth control fails, you know, it's not like a sure thing. And then, you know, you got to have that conversation and they might tell you, well, if in the event of this, then, you know, I'm going to do that. Okay. But then it happens anyways. And then they change their mind. The fact is that they could change their mind or oops, this didn't work, you know? So yeah, you're definitely, you know, it's always a gamble there. You're playing with forces that lead to these outcomes. And a lot of this is because of the new technology we have. We didn't have certain technologies in the past. At least not this readily abundant. I don't think so. Anyways, that's my guess there, my assumption. And it's just, you know, it's you can end up in that situation when you didn't think it was going to happen. Anya interview was good. So was the Pearl one. Lots of knowledge dropped. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I'm sure he'd actually talk about it. I'm not sure how it would go though. Andrew Wilson slips into argument mode too much. He's a good dude though. He's been too busy blood sport debating. Women are only loyal in their feelings, using men and children to spin a narrative of constant self-improvement. I'm not worried about the DNA being special or anything, but tracking is a thing. And then there's always the next step of authentication forced. Slippery slope. Let's see. I agree. I hope to see a discussion about dowry in the trad circle more. And Shah's the only one who can do it. I'm not buying men provide for women and women stay at home doing nothing. I mean, if anything, Karen, like if that's going to be the deal, there has to be a buy-in for that deal. Yes. Okay. You're going to stay home. You're going to stay home and he's going to be the provider. That doesn't just happen for you for free. There is a buy-in into that good situation. You know what I mean? You want to be the queen. There is a buy-in into that. And maybe the word buy-in isn't right, but there is an investment into that situation. Because before you're married and you're doing that stuff, you should be working, frankly. And women were. They were saving up for their dowries alongside their families, which were doing the same thing. They were working to help their household. Like they weren't just bumming around out here scrolling on TikTok. You know what I mean? So TradCon's just really failed when it comes to establishing like what that is supposed to look like. Thank you for that, Karen. Darren, DePhantom says, I think it's inevitable because even the Golden State Killer got caught from his daughter getting a DNA test and he was 80 years old. Exactly, Karen. I'm so sick of the fake trad thing. Trad was women working themselves to the bone for their families. And man, of course the man too, but now the man's still required. That's the problem. They've just put all the pressure on the man's side. And this is why the dowry is so beautiful, because it shows that, especially when it comes to marriage, there was a burden that was shouldered by both sides in order to ensure that this was going to be successful. And if you could not meet, you know, a standard there, at least to have some dowry, then that was a self-regulating thing to say, okay, you're not in a position to start a family. You have not met the minimum buy-in amount. What's crazy to me is that, like, we have no problem telling men, you should be working on being a provider. If you don't have a good job, you shouldn't even be dating. Why are you even trying to be in a relationship? When it comes to the woman's side, though, there isn't that. It's like, listen, if you do not have the dowry,
your dowry It's my right.
You shouldn't even be talking about marriage. You know what I mean? Like, there's none of that energy for them there. And we have it grounded so well historically now that we can kind of, you know, we can come back with that energy for them. And it's going to be very hard for them to wriggle out of that. And, you know, so that's just not, and I don't even want to say very hard. It's going to, you know, really, they can't do that without having to acknowledge some of the recent changes and then say, okay, we do support the recent changes. It's what they're going to have to do. They're backed in the corner now, you know. LL, yep, basically, Shah, she told me the doctor said she was infertile. So I said, if anything happens, I'll buy Plan B because it's cheaper than a baby. She proceeded to go rogue after I purchased. Wow. Yeah, I mean, then it changes after that. You know what I mean? Then suddenly it's like, you know, before maybe she wasn't that religious. Suddenly she's religious now. She can't do that. You know what I mean? That's not what she believes in. But before that it wasn't a thing. You know what I mean? It's you know what I mean? The power's been transferred. And the system works so well. You know, all she needs is your name. To be honest, she doesn't even need your name, bro. Listen, as a former child support officer, all she needs is your real phone number. Like, with your real phone number, she can sit here and give that to the child support agent. And we have enough database systems where I can go with your phone number and find your social security number. And all your past addresses and your relatives and you know what I mean? So it's just, the system as well. Real quick, I'm going to stop here, but I'm just going to get to Michael Sayan's donation. Thank you, Michael Sayan, for the super chat. Michael Sayan says, it seems like dowry stopped all of a sudden. Seems to be the same time it became illegal in some countries. Do you think the government had anything to do with it in America? Man, it's funny because I'm not trying to super tinfoil hat it, but there seems to be a lot of stuff that happened in the background that was like a coordinated push to get rid of dowry. And it's like this huge propaganda effort, and it's all centered around, oh, well, violence against women, and, you know, they oh my God, that part, you know what I mean? Not, you know, as if people aren't sitting here, you know, deleting babies dang near in every city in this country, but that's another matter. Somehow when a guy in a white lab coat does it, it's different from when, you know, more rudimentary but anyways, yes, it does seem like a coordinated push. And I think it's wrapped up in how our economy works and kind of our full embrace. I'm not going to sit here and say capitalism is bad. Because it wasn't really just that. It's also communists working with feminists. Man, there's a New York Times article that I also found. Well, actually, I didn't find that. Peter Wright found that. Shout out to Peter Wright. And it's discussing how the Feminist Party and the Communist Party were working together, you know, to change a lot of these things. But also because I think as far as like women's labor value goes and how that works with industrialization and how that works with the economy, I think they may have been pushing for something in order for a lot of short-term quick gains in the economy instead of a more measured, long-term, healthier economy. So, I don't want to push too far on that, but I feel like I've been circling around something, and I just wish I could find the smoking gun that was like, okay, this is what it's going to be. You know, and the dowry, you know, it could have been organic. Maybe it started off as organic. Then it could have been, hey, let's get all these other countries into the fold because it's going to make our economy stronger. Let's get Greece into the EEC, which then becomes the European Union. But in order for them to join the EEC, you're going to need to adopt these laws because that's going to bring you up to speed with us so that your markets fit our markets. There's something there, Michael. There is something there. Once again, thank you so much for that super chat. I appreciate that. That means a lot, sir. And oh man, I don't remember where I was, man. Oh man. Yeah, see, this is going so far back. Okay. After you purchase, yep, like dang, I could have saved 50. Yes, and one other thing I was thinking about is, did Orthodox Christianity have the concept of dowry? If yes, then Andrew and the other trads who promote OC should be cornered with the facts. Listen, let me tell you something. I have a newspaper article from the 80s, early 80s, might have been late 70s, when they were trying to abolish the dowry in Greece. And the one group that was opposed to the dowry being abolished in Greece was the Greek Orthodox Church, okay? Then it says this in the article. It says that the justice minister had a meeting with, I think it's the Holy Synod, I think it's called, the leaders there. And the Orthodox Church changed its position from we oppose this to we're going to just not say anything about this. My suspicion with that, going off what I was talking earlier, is that that justice minister must have explained, hey, this is going to be good for us economically. There must have been some countrywide benefit for them to do this, to where the Orthodox Church finally relented over there and said, okay, you know, here, look, I'll show it to you guys right now. I literally had this, I had all these things pulled up for Pearl's stream in case, you know, I needed to show some sources. Okay. Oh no. Yeah. New York Times News Service. This is the Cedar Rapids Gazette, which was probably republishing an article from the New York Times. Copyright 1980. This is November 16th, 1980. Okay. This is from the newspaper archives. I like looking at newspaper, like the whole pages, not even just the story, because you just see like what they were selling back then. You know what I mean? It's kind of cool. Anyways, where were we at? Here we go. Ghazi said that the reason for the increase was a 1972 law raising the tax-free level from 30,000 to 200,000 drachmas, or from 700 to 5,000. Taxation on dowries has always been half that paid for an inheritance or gift. Many parents signed over property to daughters as dowries, even several decades after the wedding. They're trying to say that was a fraud, but I don't believe it is, because historically, sometimes dowries were paid out in monthly installments for a very long time. But okay, that's what they said. Here's the part with the Orthodox Church. The strongest opposition to change had come from the Greek Orthodox Church. But after a meeting this week between the governing Holy Synod and the justice minister, the church announced that it was not interested, quote unquote, if the dowry was abolished or not. It was not clear why the church changed its position. Boy, would I love to have been a fly in that wall. You know what I mean? On that wall. It's all very strange. You know, like they're like, no, you should not get rid of this 2,000-year-old tradition that we've had here. Thank you very much. And we will not tell our, you know, folks, the, you know, congregation, to be with it on this. Then there's a meeting with we got it all here, folks. You know what I mean? Then there's a meeting with the justice minister, and for some reason they're like, okay, we're not interested. Like, what happened in that meeting? Who has the minutes? I want to see the minutes for that meeting. You know what I mean? So, anyways, to answer your question, Karen, that's kind of where we're at there. Man, I should probably get back to this, guys. I should probably get back to this. You know, okay. Yeah, I'm really behind on the chat, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. But yeah, okay. So yeah, I kind of want to read this whole thing. And it's all feminist too, you know what I mean? Like it's all feminists. It's just like, look, right here, same article. Persistence of the dowry has proved socially harmful and an international embarrassment for the country, according to Aliki Miragopoulou, a deputy dean of the Athens School of Political Science and leader of a feminist group pushing for change. It humiliates women, makes them an object of bargaining in marriage and economic transaction, and in fact also humiliates men by rendering them sort of purchased husbands, she said. So, I mean, you see where they're coming from on this? Like, this is the propaganda. There was a kind of coordinated style propaganda. The academics were taken over, you know, by the feminists at the time, and they destroyed marriage. You know, what was I doing? I was doing something earlier today, and I was thinking about, because, you know, I remember like after high school and stuff, and I remember like the whole debate on gay marriage. You know what I mean? And I remember how big of a thing that was in the news, and TradCons opposing that and all that stuff. And I started laughing to myself because I was like, that conversation became suddenly pointless and ridiculous to me. Because when I look at this, it's so obvious that marriage was completely destroyed anyways. Like, what who cares about the gay marriage debate? Like, it's not even a big deal, whatever. You know what I mean? Like, marriage was already, like, flushed down the toilet by this point. So, anyways, man. Sorry, guys. We'll get back to the Paul Elam thing. Shout out to Paul Elam.
Mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. We didn't coin that by accident.
Yeah.
It's true. So when you're conditioned to please women, that's where your mindset is at. It carries into your relationships, and it ends up making men very miserable.
So we've talked about it before, but just for the audience, what is gynocentrism?
Good question.
I'm glad that she asked that there. You know, whenever gynocentrism is very specifically discussed in our favorite, you know, chivalry book over here, also co-authored by Paul Elam. And just to pull this back, which brings us to gynocentrism. It is clear from the foregoing that unless evidence of a broad-spread gynocentric culture can be found prior to the Middle Ages, then gynocentrism is precisely 800 years old. The term gynocentrism has been in circulation since the 1800s, as far as I can tell, with the general definition being focused on women, concerned with only women. Adam Kostakis further qualifies gynocentrism as male sacrifice for the benefit of women and the deference of men to women. And he concludes gynocentrism, whether it went by the name honor, nobility, chivalry, or feminism, its essence has gone unchanged. It remains a peculiarly male duty to help the women onto the lifeboats, while the men themselves face a certain and icy death. From these definitions, we see that gynocentrism could refer to any one female-centered practice in an otherwise androcentric society, or to even a single gynocentric act carried out by one individual. With this broad usage in mind, the phrase gynocentric culture proves more precise for the purposes of the essay. Gynocentric proves more precise for the purposes of this essay, which phrase I will define here as, this is Peter Wright, as any culture instituting rules for gender relationships that benefit females at the expense of males across a broad range of measures. So there we go. We got that going on right there. Grateful to have that within reach.
It's on paper, gynocentrism is just a system of beliefs and attitudes and rules that focus on the well-being of women over the well-being of men.
There you go. Right there. Right there.
Our attention and energy is focused on making women happy, keeping them safe, giving them what they want. It goes back, at least 1,000 years to the advent of romantic chivalry, which is a big part of modern gynocentrism. You know, gynocentrism itself historically wasn't such a bad thing. If women weren't alive to have children,
Yeah.
we would have been in trouble. And they had to be able to protect children and nurture them and get them to where they were self-sufficient. So there was a certain amount of gynocentrism was absolutely an imperative for the human species. But once romantic chivalry hit the mainstream throughout Europe and then eventually in the West, it was more than keeping women alive. It was about keeping that smile on their face all the time. And if we fail, then there's a problem. And that's what led to a lot of simping.
Well, that's because that's kind of a new concept to me. You guys think that romantic shit, like romantic love, and I'm a little bit undecided on it.
Okay.
So I want you to convince me. Like, why is romantic love such a bad thing?
Because it puts unrealistic expectations on a relationship. Romance.
You know, one thing that I do want to say is that romantic love does not have a monopoly on love. You know, there are other forms of love. There's familial love. There's a love that's born out of a mutual respect for the other person. Romantic love, which is, you know, romantic chivalry based on that, But, you know, the romantic love that we know today is about placing one person up here and another person down here as a result of that. And that is one form, a very sweetened kind of high fructose corn syrup type sugar type of love. You know what I mean? So to say dowry system or this, it doesn't mean there's no love in that system. It just means it's not this kind of gynocentrism that has become pervasive today. So I think that's an important point there, just to go on.
Puts unrealistic expectations on a relationship. Romance is about whining and dining. It's about, and let's be honest, romance is about making women happy. There's nothing in the romantic model that says a man has to be happy at all.
Yeah.
The romantic model says a man has to produce. He has to produce jewels. He has to produce nice things.
Right. There's no like, does she cook him dinner? It's
Well,
always, yeah.
There's some of that, but it's always sort of like, you know, a millionaire gets a wife who takes a part-time job in a dress shop. She says, here's
this is even before we had the dowry discussion, but I just, when I was listening to this, like, it was just so awesome how, like, Paul was understanding the, you know, like, he was just, like, him and Peter, right? These guys are already, like, just so on top of this stuff because they saw so clearly the damage done by romantic love and the sort of gap that was just there, that horrible injustice brought about by it that they saw so much just by tracing the history of that, you know.
$200 to contribute to the 10 million you have in the bank. But back to the romantic thing, look at the model of how proposals go in the West. Everybody has that image of their mind of a man down on his knee, bearing a gift, jewelry that's supposed to represent 3 months of his salary. It's all set up. It's all arranged in advance. That's romance. Romance is laying rose petals at her feet. Romance is talking to her.
Worshipping women.
It is a worship thing.
Yeah.
Now, gee, what could go wrong there long term? If you...
Yeah, and that, you know, if you're going to base a marriage off of just that, it's no wonder that, you know, once the love is, and we see this in the old newspaper articles too, once the love is gone, that's it. Even some of the academics that were writing about this, in right when a lot of this stuff was changing, this is the one, this one's about, oh no, that's my romantic love in Germany there. Also a good article, just not the one that we're looking for currently. Here we go. This one right here. Function of the dowry system in a rapidly modernizing society, the case of Cyprus. Sorry, guys, I'm hitting y'all with some text. A lot of text on the screen. Okay, look at this paragraph right here. One can only conjecture as to the possible effect which a decline in the dowry system will have on marriage. Whereas a more individualistically oriented method of mate selection may make for more meaningful marriage relationships, such an emphasis is also likely to increase the divorce rate. The ideology behind the dowry system emphasizes marriage as a contractual agreement between two people and their families. The individualistic ideology behind romantic love and personal mate selection emphasizes the personal happiness of the two people involved in the marriage. This later emphasis demands more in the way of a giving and sharing of oneself, which is characteristic of an affectionate or companionship marriage relationship. Since personal happiness is held as a high value, if the husband and wife no longer find affection and companionship from their marriage relationship, they most likely question the wisdom of attempting to continue their marriage. With an individualistic emphasis in marriage, when affection is gone, the main reason for the marriage relationship disappears. So, okay, it's just like, what do you expect to happen? This is where the I'm not happy comes in. You know what I mean? And then it's just like, you know, and then, you know, you combine that with no fault divorce. It's a recipe for disaster. And, you know, it's like when Pearl gets in debates with tradcons and they're like, are you telling men that marriage is a bad deal? You know what I mean? It's obviously a bad deal. We have the documents. We have so much proof. We know this. It's provably so a bad deal, especially for men, especially the TradCon version of it. It ain't looking good out here. Let me just try to hit some of these chats real quick. Let me just try to hit some of these chats. Oh, man. Whew, gotta catch my breath. All right. Oh, man. Guys, I'm gonna have to skip some of these. I'm sorry. Mr. Pitt says, I find it odd that tradcons don't like to talk about the dowry, given that the bride price is in the Bible. Yeah, you know, I think the bride price is mostly in the Old Testament. There might be some things mentioned in the New Testament. I'm not sure. And, you know, I think for the most part, Christians, you know, obviously with the New Testament, there's a lot of things that happen in the Old Testament that they say, okay, this is maybe not so much a thing anymore, right? And it's just funny because it's like, even if they brought that up, they're going to bring it up in a way that's still not even consistent with how it worked, you know, because again, bride price, the mohar in this case is compatible and works with polygyny. But there's just such a long history of dowry, you know, during the Christian era that it's still odd that they don't bring it up. I mean, we got a newspaper article with the Pope handing out dowries. You know, so it's just, it really is odd that, yeah, you know, it's just not brought up at all. Gets better, St. Nick and Stockings dowry. Where's my dowry?
Oh, dowry.
There we go.
It's my right.
It is what it is. Screwy USA laws. I hear that, man. Shah, I wish you had a more comprehensive strategy for child support. You're definitely one of the best guys to be thinking about what we as men should be pushing for, especially with your background work. I'll tell you, man, I started writing a child support survival guide, and then the dowry stuff just kind of took my attention. I'm not proud of myself for not having written anything yet. I think something like that would be beneficial. A child support handbook, so to speak. And I wrote a whole outline. You know, I was getting chapters started. I just got this problem, man. Like, I just got to be out there running around under the sun with my shirt off. You know what I mean? Like at the archery range. And it's like, I just got to sit and focus and write some stuff, you know? So that's just what I'm going through right now. And it's like every single day I think about that. I read so much. I admire writing. I've tried to write things several times in my life, but it's just like, you know, it's just like, you know what I mean? It's just, but there's no excuses though. You know what I'm saying? There's no excuses. What does Mr. Krabs have to say about this?
Oh, boo-hoo. Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest violin.
I think anybody who can sit down with the diligence and stick with an idea and, you know, I heard this from someone before, and complete a book like that and write something is a very special person. To be able to sit there and commit to something like that and complete something like that and then go through 8 edits of it because you're not trying to put out chaff out there. You know, we don't want to read your therapy writing. All right. We want to read something good out here and then go through a bunch of edits and maybe send it to some of your mentors and ask them what they think about it and then possibly get some feedback and then make some decisions, probably cut something, maybe throw away the whole thing and start all over again out here because we're trying to put something good out here for people to read. You know, there's enough garbage out there. Sorry, I don't, you know, I'm sure everybody's works are a labor of love and come from a good place. Shout out to the folks writing out there. Anyways, yeah, so Gamer, I appreciate you saying that, man. I gotta, you know, I completely agree, bro. Rationalizing it is a complete waste of time. My only real criticism of Andrew Wilson is that he seems to only have one gear, Bloodsport debating. Outside of that, I think he's an okay guy. I used to watch a lot of the Bloodsport debates, I guess back in like a couple years ago. But then after a while, like my whole algorithm was filled with that. And I'm just like, I can't turn on YouTube every time and then watch on somebody crapping on another person. And then it's like my whole algorithm. Like I gotta, like it just, after a while, it just wasn't for me so much, you know. Shah, as Dr. Stephen Baskerville pointed out, this is a conspiracy fact to break down the family and community system. We are circumambulating. We are circling around something that's there, you know. Not trying to get too tinfoil hat on you, but there's a story there. There's a story there. Thank you for helping men in society. Oh, thanks, Timmy. I appreciate you, Timmy, man. Thank you. Wilson is bad at directing discussion. I wish his arguments were more strategic. Karen says, I will go back to my argument about wealth consolidation and what happens when wealth is distributed. People have equity and this gets you power. To be in control, you need to control wealth distribution. I think there could be an aspect of that there. Shah, one thing I will say is you should for sure keep going. You're the only person with actually a solution. God bless you, bro. Thank you, DePhantom. I appreciate that a lot. You know, that really means a lot. That's kind of, that's what I tell myself. Like we just keep pushing on it, and we just got to keep going forward on it. And as long as we remain diligent and consistent and honest and true, that spear will be led honest and true to where it's got to go. I agree, but also his religiousness when he takes the mask off and insults those that believe otherwise is irritating. And that being said, I actually believe a lot in his orthodoxy religion. Also, by the way, she denied a DNA test and didn't tell me if my son was born, so I had to go to the further extent to establish rights. Wow. Oh, God, that's heartbreaking, man. I'm sorry. And it's like, I've seen a lot of that. And it's like, I've seen that because what'll happen is like, it was always crazy to me that like somehow somebody with a 6-month-old baby walks into the child support system, but like I knew not too long before that everything was fine. They were a thing. You know what I mean? They had communication. Then one person goes dark on the other person, and it's just like this horrible game of power, If you can even call it that. What game of power? The government just does everything for you. You just show up. Insane learning lesson, but I'm not bitter because I'm solution-based. You know what, man? Shout out to you for that. I really do appreciate that mindset, honestly. That's good, man. I mean, I appreciate that. Klaus says, the way the dowry was abandoned in Greece and especially in India are very suspicious, as in both cases, the society didn't follow for a long time. Yeah, because it was so ingrained there. And it's all about bringing people into this world economy or something like that. It's just like, they dangled the carrot that was like, we're going to boost your economy from here to here. We're going to help you rapidly industrialize. We're going to help you rapidly modernize. It's going to take you into the first world. You know what I mean? In order to do that, you have to make these changes. In order to, I don't know, now I'm getting real, tinfoily. In order to get these big old loans from the World Bank or the IMF or whatever, we're going to need you to do this. Okay? We're going to need you to do this. Okay, we're going to give you the money. You're going to get a lot of money. You know what I mean? It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be it's going to be good times, This always gets me copyrighted. So, yeah, that's just something happened. Something happened. And we're going to find out what it was. Karen says in India, the dowry was attacked by saying the same things as they did in the West. Women are getting abused and killed for the money. And that's how you know it's the biggest BS, Karen. Like, they didn't have a good reason to get rid of it. This is kind of like sign language. You remember Kevin Samuels, shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right? When that's the argument, and it's like, listen, we have police officers. Like, we have law and order. If the problem is that, then this is a law and order enforcement of the law thing. This is not because of the dowry system. And then it's like, how much of that's propaganda? How much of that's true? And it's like they give you the answer right there. Oh, this puts pressure on women. It humiliates them in the man. Like, pressure should be on you if we're going to have this marriage discussion. Absolutely. My guy Shah's gone full tinfoil hat. I can dig it. Shout out to you, Mad Villainy. It's good to see you in here. We need to start a community effort and post old articles in Discord and connect the dots and then do a live stream. It's a big ask, but would be worth everyone's time for Saturday stream. Hey, man, I'd appreciate... I mean, I spend a lot of my time just looking stuff up, to be honest. And, if you guys find anything and you want to share it with me, I'm of course, always grateful. The more information, the better, man. So appreciate that, Karen. If the synod all of a sudden changed their minds, there is a rat that I smell. Something stinks in Denmark. Can you say corruption? Luke, I mean, when I read that article, it sounded very suspicious. You know what I mean? It's very suspicious. And it's like, it would be nice if we can find, like, there's probably a lot of Greek newspapers. There's probably things from back then that possibly discuss this. I wish we can, You know, I was sitting in my chair the other day and I was thinking, like, what other avenues? Like, I've been looking at academic journals. I've been looking at the newspaper archives. I've been looking at different media from around them. It's like, what else can I find, like, that can be, you know, a trove of information? That's definitely something I've been thinking, like, where else can I look? Who else can I talk to? To piece together what happened. The church possibly changed its position because the government dropped that check. LOL. Yeah, I mean, there could be something like that, Giovanni. You still have your tinfoil hat on. The government is going to flag you. That's what I was getting at. As much as I love the Orthodox Church, there is definitely corruption. Paul Elam is the GOAT. He is so eloquent and good at explaining things so that anyone can understand. We need the meme you had. This is Shah with the 8 or so different loves with the mirror. Oh yeah, Suvaya made that. I'll have to find that and pull it up. The different kind of loves there. I think Peter Wright originally made it on one of the Gold Pill articles. And then what happened is, you know, maybe I can find that right now. This stream is very stream of consciousness, guys. So, you know, we're all having a good time, right? It does. I mean, you know, we're an hour and 40 minutes in, and we're about 7 minutes. We're about 7 minutes into the actual video here, and then we got 2 other videos that we're supposed to be watching. See if I can find that. Oh man, where is Love and Dowry? This might have been in here somewhere. Oh gosh, here we go. Gold Pill and Kinds of Loves by Suvaya. Here we go. Yeah. Oh, shout out to Peter Wright for you know, archiving this summer. He puts a lot of this stuff on to his website, so that helps. I think you're talking about this right here, and this shows the different kinds of love. And Suvaya actually took, I think, something that Peter made, and she just made it a lot more graphic design friendly. So yeah, this is, I think this might have been what you were talking about. You know, these are all different kinds of love. There's eros, philia, storge, affection, family love, agape, pragma. And the dowry touches on some of these other kinds of loves, you know, but romantic love, like here's romantic love as diametrically opposed to family love here. So yeah, fun stuff. But yeah, I'm glad you remembered that actually. So yeah, it does exist. It does exist here. Let me get to Base's comment. Base says, I want to make a video about this, but I think that oddly enough, friendships have become more intimate than romance because romance fizzles, but our friendships have such deep trust with many people. That's an interesting take on it. That's an interesting take. I'd love to hear a video where you just dig into that more. That's interesting too. I mean, in the absence of romantic love, I mean, I think there is a case to be made that our friendships that we have with people are what a lot of folks have to, like, I think of my friendships with some of my close buddies, man. And especially when I've went through tough times with dating and stuff like that, man, like their support and love for me really helped me in those times, you know, and these are people I've known for years. So I think there's a case to be made there. It's a cool idea. 2015, the church decreed that illicit marriage required that the bride have a dowry and the wedding take place in the church, but an illicit marriage was equally binding in the eyes of the church. Yeah, I think they call them clandestine marriages also. That might not be the same. I've seen that word also, clandestine marriages. HJC, shout out HJC, thanks for being in here. My paternal grandparents were Greek. They had an arranged marriage and dowry was paid 90 years ago. They stayed married. Man, yeah, man, honestly, thanks for sharing that. I really, really appreciate that, honestly. And, you know, I really like reading about, I mean, there's so much stuff. There's stuff in Italy. There's stuff in Spain. We got stuff in Ireland. There's the French stuff. There's the German stuff. I do like reading about the Greek stuff only because it like continuously went back so long. You know what I mean? Up until ancient Athens, they were doing the dowry over there. And, you know, that also reminds me of something too. Whoops. There was also a comment on a short. Oh man, where's the other one though? Oh, here it is. So one of the shorts that Pearl made from our sit-down discussion, it was from a Greek, or it was about a Greek family, and I liked it so much I saved it. But it said this still happened to an aunt of mine some 40 years ago. And this is, the discussion about the dowry system being a check on hypergamy. This was yet another example of that. But I might have read this one to you guys. This still happened to an aunt of mine some 40 years ago. She dated a Greek guy, handsome and wealthy guy. They dated around 2 years, but when the time for serious marriage talk came in, his family asked to see the dowry, but she offered practically nothing. Okay, this is the gold pill discussion. She was kind of a hippie, wandering, traveling the world around that time. And anyways, my grandparents were not wealthy. So this lady with pretty much nothing, this American woman, is out here. She meets this guy. It's good times. You know what I'm saying? He comes from a traditional Greek family. He's doing well. And she's trying to lock this guy down, right? And then the family's like, okay, we will consider your proposal. Come over. We're going to break out the Slovakia, maybe some tea here, and we're going to have the discussion. We're going to give you a chance to have the discussion. All right? So they have the discussion, and they're like, okay, so that's great. You seem really nice. So what's the dowry? And she's like, what's that? And that's it. Okay, now let's see what else happened. Some 5 years later, she married my uncle, who migrated to the U.S. and wasn't wealthy, but with hard work, he had a decent income. He didn't ask no dowry or anything from her. They divorced some 20 years later, and my uncle was devastated. My aunt, at almost 60, thought she was going to get her groove back. They live near L.A., so no wonder where she got her ideas from. To this day, she's still alone, but all the mental and emotional damage she did to my cousins is still there. You see how the dowry conversation, this guy, this Greek legend out here, because of his very prudent family, avoided this disaster, this absolute disaster, So yeah, anyways, wanted to share that. Shout out to you, HCC. Thanks for sharing that, man. I appreciate that. At this pace, Pearl's divorce documentary will be out before we finish the video. I kid Pearl. I kid Pearl. Hope it's ready soon. Yeah, I know, man. I know we're probably not going to finish the Paul Elam video tonight. But we're having fun. Yeah, I was super blessed that way. Ordained by the Archdiocese of Los Angeles. I performed the office of a Catholic priest if a priest was not present in war. Did Base just say bros before hoes? I think he may have said that.
Start a relationship with that kind of unrealistic expectation that only thing that matters is elevating her. The only thing that matters is her happiness.
That's why you get these women saying they fell out of love.
Absolutely.
Because they came in with the expectation of romantic love.
That's all they came in with was expectations. They didn't come in with anything material or tangible. They didn't come in with nothing. It's supposed to be, hey, I showed up. Now start giving me stuff. And then the worst part about it is there's no end to that. There's no limit to that. It's just, so long as you have, give me. And if you don't have, go find it and give me. You know what I mean?
And women are...
As Kevin Samuel stated, if you want to win the game, don't play it. Shout out.
Particularly romantic.
Women saying they fell out of love.
Absolutely.
Because they came in with the expectation of romantic love.
And women are particularly romantic. There's another little flaw in that system, too. Men are.
Yeah.
Men are the romantic ones. I work with couples. I work with men post-divorce. It's always the men that are devastated by it, the broken hearts. I mean, I see it affects women, too, no doubt. But for most guys that I work with, by the time the divorce rolls around, she's doing well. Got a new boyfriend.
Right.
Probably had one before they ever broke up. She monkey branched right out of it. And women tend to do their grieving while they're in the relationship. And
man, that's rough stuff right there. I mean, it is a little bit of that.
Do you have the stomach to watch a girl that you really love? Do you have the stomach to watch some motherfucker that got more money than you that's more handsome than you, that's built more better than you. Fuck your bitch for a fee.
And then they're done, and then the guy is like, oh, it's over now. Then he starts grieving.
You know what's crazy? Men will still talk highly about a wife that absolutely fucked them. Excuse my language. But like a guy will have been taken through the ringer of like divorce court, alimony, and they'll still find something positive to say about her. Where women could have a good guy and they'll absolutely trash him.
It's a lot worse than that in my experience. I worked with a guy once that had been divorced for 8 years, and he was still acting like a puppy trying to be let into his ex-wife's life. And I've seen that happen over and over and over again.
Man, I used to see that happen at child support. I used to see, I just unplugged my mouse. I used to see that happen a lot at child support, man. And you know, the crazy part was like, so I would interview them separately. So like mom would come in and then like dad, like, so mom would come in, open the case or something. And I'd hear the whole story from mom. And then dad would come in, you know, after I gave him the phone call and it's time to figure things out. And then I'd hear his side of the story. And man, I remember times where it was clear, like there is no chance mom's ever going to go back to this guy. She's just like she doesn't care about that guy anymore. She's over it. She is not the heartbroken one. And then I'm talking to dad, and dad is literally in there thinking if he does this, that like it's going to make his ex, soon to be ex or whatever, love him again, and that it's going to fix things. So he's thinking if he comes in there and he signs everything on her terms, that, you know, after like 6 months, then she's just going to finally come around. And I want to be like, no, that's not going to happen. She does not care about you, man. But, you know, I couldn't say that. But I saw that. So, man, I had a lady in front of me who was like so not worried about getting this guy to sign. She's like, oh, no, I'll just call him. I'm going to call him right now and just tell him to come in. And like she was so confident that she had that much power over the guy. Like that job in itself really, really showed me some things there. It was just so crazy. It was so crazy. The other memory I have right now is that it's funny. Like some guys were so nervous to ask for a genetic test, or they didn't want their wife to get mad, or their wife's going to be like, huh? You know? And then I remember this guy who just got out of prison. And I'm just like, yeah, you know, he was signing for this kid that his girlfriend had while he was in prison or jail, whatever it was, you know. He was in there for a while. And this guy comes in, you know, bad boy, gangster looking dude. And it's so funny because this meek woman over here is like, oh, you can get a genetic test if you want. You know what I mean? And like, I'm watching in front of my face the difference in behavior. You know what I mean? Where it's like this guy over here just, God forbid he even thinks about wanting one. And then this other guy where she's just basically laying it on a platter for him. I mean, you know, it's just things you see. It's just things you see.
Almost like they can't divorce.
Yeah.
Guys she'll have sex with one of his friends and then call him a week later and say, I need you to help me move. And he'll show up.
Wow.
Yeah.
To lift boxes.
And listen, I shouldn't be surprised. Like, let's just be honest here. There was a time in our lives where we, maybe it wasn't this bad, but there was a time in our lives where we did do a little bit of simping. All right, you know, we do got to admit that, man. There's something that you can think about in your past where it's just like, man, yeah, I did do that, you know. Now, hopefully that was in something that wasn't as high of a leverage situation, but you know, it's unfortunate, you know, like all guys to some extent, I think, fall prey to this to some extent. It's just part of it. I don't know, you know. I could be wrong. Maybe prison guy doesn't, but there's just a thing there, you know.
Furniture. Men do this all the time. It's why I don't really have, I probably should, I get criticized for it. I don't have a lot of sympathy for men in these situations. They make horrible decisions based on crazy ideas. Anybody should be able to look at that image of a guy down on his knees bearing a diamond saying, this is how I want our life to be, as totally unsustainable.
Right.
But it doesn't even enter our minds. We're just like, oh no, she's smiling.
Because it's been programmed into us for like 1,000 years.
Exactly.
Yep. It's just they've gotten rid of that, and it's crazy. Like the engagement ring thing too. Like it's got to be 3 months or whatever. And there's all these rules, and then anything on her side has just been abandoned. I mean, she wouldn't even been eligible for a marriage without one of these.
Your dowry, it's my right.
And it is not a natural arrangement between men and women. Like I said, gynocentrism, certain amount of it is natural. And it's easy to understand how we got there.
Yeah.
But this romantic notion, matrimony, so they don't call it patrimony. Marriage, matrimony used to signify a time when a woman put aside being a child and became an adult responsible for a family. She had to produce, she had to do all kinds of things. She had to take care of children. She had real responsibilities and real work. And then when we brought romance into it, the object became, oh, you don't have to work. We just put a cushion under your butt and you can enjoy life that way.
Yeah, well,
and it's amazing because this conversation, I think it's probably about a year and a half, 2 years old. And it's just very, there's a lot of salient points. And Paul and Peter Wright have been able to understand this just based off of the history of romantic love and gynocentrism. And then when you add the dowry into this, it really gets things going, because now you understand what type of marriage it was that romantic love displaced. And it's directly, they're directly right there opposed to each other. And it was directly displaced by this. Especially as it feeds into feminism and all this kind of other stuff. So that is was the, one of the missing pieces to this whole thing and this whole discussion. Yo, coffee enjoyer, welcome in, man. Great to see you. Every time I see you, you make me want a coffee, even though it's been like so long since I had a coffee. Like my rule for coffee is like something's got to be like special that's happening now. Like maybe I'm going somewhere on a date or something, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna get coffee today, and I get to look forward to it too. Like, yeah, since I'm doing this today, I'm gonna get some coffee. Heck yeah. But yeah, man, I'll have to catch in on the chat. Let's just watch this for a little bit.
Because that's what I would always hear, is that we didn't have to work back in the day, but we used to live on farms. So I'm like, life was a billion times harder if you were a stay-at-home wife 100 years ago.
And I hear most of that crap from men who think somehow that there was this magical patriarchy in the past where women didn't work. Women worked brutally hard and had shorter lives because of it for thousands of years, until we developed the technology to rescue them from that. And we've applied it all in just such an insane way. I mean, sorry, look at the state of women right now. What percentage of women are even marriageable right
3%
now?
Statistically, if you want no tattoos, no debt, and under the age of 35, I think.
Yes, and
there's a couple more they added into it, but it was like in the book of Numbers, like not overweight, no other kids.
3%.
Yeah.
And so it becomes a man's job. And here's the problem.
Just have to man up and marry these whores.
Yes, of course they do. That's
there it is, man up and marry. Let's see, nothing new under the sun from Luke. Circling back to the days of Noah, maybe. Uh-oh. Flood incoming. During the Old Testament, they had the bride price and polygamy, but many people forget that prostitution was legal at the time as well. We are starting to see that with the popularity of OnlyFans. That's an interesting point. Luke says they came in as paupers, no dowry, maybe the need to be sold to brothels. I'm kind of kidding. Where is Dantavius? Wisdom of the day. Okay, no, let me bring up Dantavius again for good measure.
Just stay gaming.
Hey, yo, Dantavius.
Yeah.
What's today's quote of the day?
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
Shout out to Dantavius. We now have the Dantavius song. W Conscious Stream. Appreciate that, Giovanni. W Dantavius. They came in as paupers. Oh, did I? Oh, I think I read that already. Shah is spilling the beans from his former job. We already know to avoid the meat grinder, aka child support. Absolutely. Shout out. I'm down with that too. Michael saying you're spitting some facts. I remember one guy in high school, like the textbook Chad, had all the good-looking girls until he really fell for the one girl that manipulated him just the right way. It's a sweet sugar, man. It's a sweet sugar. Bam, child support. Oh, man. He didn't make it out, man. He didn't make it out in time, so he got in it. He was in it. Oh. The difference between bride price and dowry is the age difference between the man and woman. Statistically, men were over 7 to 10 years older, and women, they married. Dowry, the difference was 5 years. There's some variation in places, but for the most part, you can say that because in bride price, the women are getting married earlier. And then when dowry comes in, it pushes it back a little bit. Not to like 29, what we're looking at now, but you could say like 16 to 18-ish probably. Maybe a little bit older, depending. LL, you say that every time. Government had a hard time marrying younger men in polygamous societies. That is why they legalized prostitution and brothels. I think, to be honest, it was pretty much legalized even when in monogamy and dowry times, to be honest. For the most part, I think it was just people looked the other way. Young men simply couldn't afford marriage. Stay gaming. Interestingly, I'm currently gaming while watching. Man, heck yeah, man. What game are you playing, if you don't mind sharing? There's a video game coming out. Man, look at me sounding like it's freaking 1995. There's a game coming out on Thursday night, and I was going to do a Twitch stream on like Friday or Thursday night, possibly both days, because my buddy in Malaysia, shout out to my buddy in Malaysia, is a big fan of the game, and so I said I'd stream it so that he could watch the game. Are brothels on the comeback? Well, Coach Greg Adams will say the dating marketplace or the dating is monetized now from top to bottom, dang near. So there's a lot of monetization going on out there. I'm rolling Star Citizen. It's still in alpha. That sounds like an interesting game. I've been in the mood for some sci-fi lately.
Right thing to do, and that's what they've been doing, which is why half of the marriages are failing, and then 70% of second marriages are failing. It's a failure of men, in my book. They want to practice these unrealistic expectations, and I think they've got a sort of shame-based thing going on here. If we don't make women happy, we're not men. That's also tied into this.
Oh, wow.
That's where the discussion of masculinity comes in. And Paul, it's not even just trad cons. But so many men, but especially trad cons are the ones who are selling this and fall into this. And this is where I really appreciate Paul's insights on this. Because he really digs down, and especially in this interview, and emphasizes expecting her to bring something and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like, wow, this is gold pill before it was gold pill, before it was called that. So that's why I just had to share it.
It's really true. I didn't think about that till you said it, but that's really true.
It is.
If we don't, because that was even during the Michael Knowles debate, that's what he said. I said, well, if she gets the wrong group of friends, she can leave. If she does this, and then he's like, oh, well, you got to watch the friends. You got to watch the leadership. And so it's like putting all accountability for a marriage failing on the man.
Absolutely.
When sometimes like a chick just.
And that's the craziest thing too. Like, especially when you hear like dating advice, it always seems to just fall out. Like trad cons too. I was like, well, you weren't leading and this and that. And it's like, I don't know. It just seems to go that way.
He just wants to go. He can't do anything.
And most of the time, monogamy is a hard thing to maintain for both sexes.
Yeah.
It's tough. Women have easy outs.
Mm-hmm.
And if men don't make her happy, the first thing she's going to do is attack his masculinity. When
there it is, right there. It goes into masculinity, the definition of masculinity, how men view masculinity for themselves, and what they're buying into. And there are these competing definitions of masculinity out there.
Goes out and badmouths him, it'll be all things that undermine his status as a masculine man. He doesn't work hard enough. He doesn't pay enough attention to me. He doesn't do this. He's always doing that. These are things that shame men, and we buy into it instead of, treating her like a guy, which is what I recommend.
Okay. Explain that a little more.
See, this is an interesting part right here.
You're like a guy.
Same standards.
Yeah.
Guys will take shit from women that they would punch a man in the mouth for.
Right.
Constantly. They do that.
That is true, man. Especially like when like one of your buddies' wives is being like a complete B word. You know what I'm saying? Like when you know how it's like, you guys ever been in that situation where it's like your buddy's, it could be your buddy's mom, it could even be like your buddy's wife, probably more so. Like they will sit there and be kind of snarky with you, and like that would never go over anywhere else, but only because they know that like that's your buddy right there, so you're gonna put up with their crap. And then you're looking at your buddy and you're just like, man, like this is what he's got to deal with living in this house. Like I witnessed one of those situations recently for like a buddy of a buddy, and it's like it's just, you know, I'm doing him a solid, but it's just like his wife, like his, you know what I mean? Like I just got like a really good view into their house, and that's just like what he's dealing with, and I'm just like, man. But it's like they will sit there and be, you know, snarky with you and be, you know, make these little snide comments because they know in order for you to say something, you're gonna have to leverage your relationship with your buddy. You know what I mean? And it's just like then you think, okay, man, like am I gonna sit there and start this now and put him in a situation, or am I just gonna look the other way? Whatever. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about when it comes to that. Like it's something I've noticed, you know. When women try to emasculate me now, I just tell them they can't tell a man what a man is, and their opinion doesn't matter to me as a man. Yeah, you know, I got in an interesting conversation with someone on a dating app, and I can't remember. We got in this weird back and forth about attraction or something, and which is like the fact that I got there meant that it was already not going to happen. Like I had already abandoned this, but like at this point it was just a waste of time. And I can't remember. One thing I said to her was, I was like, I'm a man and you're a woman. Like, you're not going to understand how attraction works for a man. You know what I mean? And it was just this kind of funny thing, you know. That might be something to be debated. But like what they're expecting as far as what makes them attracted might be, you know, I think people kind of project on to the other person what works for them for attraction, but you know, it's different between the two. And maybe I could be wrong. Be interested in hearing your thoughts there. Let me see if I can just catch some of this. As Shah said, they will look the other way. Hey, Cesar Quintana, shout out to you, man. Great to see you. All you have to do is bro harder, bro. Yeah, exactly. Just lift, bro. The harpy talons cut deep into your manhood. Man, that is so true. We don't live in a monogamous society with no fault divorce. Yeah, no. Legally, no fault is nothing more than legalized cohabitation. Yeah, I mean, marriage is, it's whatever we got going on that we call marriage is but a shadow of itself, and that's saying too much. No fault divorce is nothing more than legalized cohabitation. This legal push was verified in Russia in 1917. When women try to emasculate me now, I just tell them, oh yeah, I know a guy who literally posted happy wife, happy life as his FB status. If I say anything, he'll defend her. Yeah, it ain't worth it, man. It ain't worth it, you know. Luke Nielsen says, then when they squeal, I say something to the effect, squawk all you want, I'd have to care about your opinion to get upset about it. Absolutely, man. Shout out to you. And it's like, you're not beholden to them. Who cares, you know? His FB status was ironic, by the way. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. Yeah, they put strain on the relationship between you and your friends, so you'll likely put up with the BS. That's what it is. And you know what? Sometimes there's those times where, like, when they push wrong, and then you just hit them back with something, and then it's like, you know what I mean? And then that's the worst part. And it's like the minute you stand up for yourself. Oh man, I forgot to put my battery in my second camera. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put my AC adapter in my second camera. Just a second, legends. Just a second. My bad, guys. I have 2 cams, and I usually have an AC adapter in both, but one of my cams I'll sometimes do, work with. So I forgot to take the battery. That it was running off of a battery, and it just died. But we're back. We're back in action. But yeah. Anyways, what I was saying is like the minute like you stand up for yourself, but you're in their house. You know what I mean? So I'm like, whatever. Talk crap in your house if you want. The minute you say something back, like that you push back a little bit, like they freaking fold like a house of cards, and then they start, crying like, I can't believe he said that. And then it's like your buddy's gonna have to deal with that. But sometimes it's good. It kind of reminds me almost like a 90s sitcom episode where something happens with the family, and then like maybe the buddy says one thing, and then all of a sudden there's just a upset in the house for like 3 days. Adultery was made legal by the federal government when polygamy was practiced in the United States with the Mormon Church. Now adultery is legal. Oh, excuse me, was made illegal. Adultery was made illegal by the federal government when polygamy was practiced in the United States with the Mormon Church. Now adultery is legal, and we are seeing polygamy practiced again in Utah. Women are experts at relational aggression. Okay, yeah, that's I gotta look it up exactly what that means, but I've heard that before. I like to watch people try to say I'm not a real man. ROFL. They don't know my combat life or experience. Exactly. It's crazy to say that to someone who's literally a veteran. That's insane. I'm usually more real man than their own man. ROFL. Shout out to you for that, Luke. Yeah, and then you're just like, well, when I served back when I was in the military. That's just something people say when you stop doing what they want without questioning. Hey, Brute Man, welcome in. What was the average age of marriage for men in dowry societies versus bride wealth societies? At Michael saying. I'll tell you for dowry, it did vary depending on certain cities. This one here in Tuscany was older, but that's because their economic situation was real off. You know what I mean? So, I think it was probably like early 20s for men, but I'd have to look at that. So I don't want to just throw some numbers that aren't specific. Hello, Shah. I formerly appeared as MS on your live stream. Oh, okay. Well, welcome in, man. Welcome in, Brute Man. Great to see you, bro. I recognize you. And your profile picture has MS on it. Batter Aziz, True Lies. Man, I remember True Lies with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Wait, was that Arnold Schwarzenegger? That was. Was that the movie where at the end, like that machine gun was falling down the stairs and it just happened to like shoot everybody that was the bad guy? Man, I want to go watch some old action movies like that now. Michael says, so we are living between monogamy and polygamy in the United States, legally and morally. It's a free-for-all. The church is in bed with the state and the feminist movement. It's free-for-all is, I think, is a accurate way to describe it. A real man would do XYZ, whatever is probably in their best interest, and probably you get nothing from. Exactly. A real man will do a bunch of things for me and not ask for anything in return. Shah, I hope you live a very, very, very long life. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, sir. Likewise to you as well. I hope you stay gaming, just like Dantavius tells us to do. I know you can appreciate this because of your profile username, but we're gonna run through it one more time.
Hey, yo, Dantavius.
Yeah.
What's the
I gotta make this a
day?
sound effect.
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
God willing, man, a long life and a life of staying gaming, just constantly staying gaming. Yes, that movie with Jamie Lee Curtis, True Lies. That takes me back.
And I'm not, before somebody says Paul Elam's recommending punching women in the mouth, I'm not recommending any such thing. But just the capacity to hear a crazy, unrealistic expectation, like I want a 3-carat emerald cut VS1 diamond for an engagement ring. Guys don't have the ability, or they should have the ability to say, the fuck out of here. Go buy one.
I did it.
Exactly, man. I love that. I love that. It really is the kind of energy they need, And then anybody who's like, you're not a real man, like, man, you know what, man? When it comes to that person,
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch off. Next caller.
Like, it really needs to be hit like that, you know, or one of these.
They played us like
Oh wait, not that one.
fiddle.
Where's my rock at? I'm way off on my sound effects now. Damn it. I have 2 sound effects pads over here. Okay, we got that one back. Now what's this?
Shut your
That's
bitch
it. That's what I was
ass
looking for. Exactly, one of those. Either of those will work.
Show and a girl wanted a $200,000 engagement ring for an overweight, like 33-year-old woman, and I'm like, I mean, at least be like 22, you know, and hot if you're gonna ask for that. You know what I mean? Like, at least you got to be a 7 or higher at least. Which
I've got a better idea. No ring.
Oof. Yeah.
No nothing.
Yeah.
We are in an age where I think it's okay for men to start telling women, you're responsible for your own happiness.
I appreciate that Paul Elam is forward facing on this. You know, like I also agree that we're not going back to whatever it was. We can be informed by past wisdom and how we do things going forward. But I appreciate the sight looking forward.
If you need a piece of carbon mined by slave labor, a 12-year-old in Africa, to feel good about yourself, go buy one.
Right.
Exactly. Go buy one.
Women can work. They can produce.
Mm-hmm.
Guys won't do that because it makes them feel unmasculine.
Right.
And so it's a trap.
There
Nobody's
it
going
is,
to
right there. And this is why Paul Elam is the greatest. This is why Paul Elam is the greatest. Do you have the stomach? Exactly. Do you have the stomach?
Do you have the stomach to watch a girl that you really love?
To watch her upset when you ask her for this?
Your dowry. It's my right.
If she wants to be married. It's just insane. It's absolutely insane. There's no dowry. You're sitting here buying this expensive engagement ring so you could be monogamous with this woman. And then on top of that, you don't even have any protections as far as family law is concerned. You know, at best you can get a prenup. You know, at least that forces some kind of a conversation, at least that mitigates some type of the negative effects, you know, but and then, you know, you do this and you're paying to get into that, and then it no faults divorces its way out. You know, it just needs to be renegotiated completely differently. Reverend X, do you have the stomach to be a real man? Bruteman says child marriages are the product of polygamy. Feminists will say dowry forces underage women to marry, but it is really the polygamous cultures. The value is virgin women with bride price. Thank you, Michael. Coffee Enjoyer says that's very true. You're not responsible for others' happiness, especially women. Oh yeah, and see, that's what they really try to sell with. That's another lie of love, is that person is supposed to make you happy, but that's just not the case. You know, it's like if you're not feeling good on the inside, like you need to figure that out for you. You're just not ready for that conversation. Like if you just can't, you know, get a hold of yourself, like you're just not, you got to figure that out, you know? Dowries was used in monogamous cultures when it had to do with passing land and marrying for peace treaties. Women and men would often marry young, but this was usually done with kings and lords. Bruteman says Paul Elam is stating facts. These are facts on steroids. Absolutely. Paul Elam is the GOAT. He's my favorite, but you guys already know this. Exactly. The worst part about the diamond thing is that a woman can't even explain why they need one. Exactly. Exactly. You know, and then the whole discussion about, you know, how much it's supposed to be and all this. Like, there's all this scrutiny on the man's salary and what he's bringing. God forbid you ask the other side, you know, what they're contributing. Yes, Shah, I asked noted, so kings, lords, dowry societies can marry young. Yes, Shah, I've asked 5 women if they'd dowry/work. None of them have gone with the uppin', but I will keep pushing and I won't give up until I'm at least 35. I will find an equal partner or a dowry. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. I like that a lot, man. You know, part of me wishes to see gold pill field reports, you know, like where it's basically a summary of these discussions, basically. I want to connect my iPad into this one day, and I'll bring up a screen where it's like me just using it kind of like a chalkboard, and maybe we'll go over that a little bit. Also, I think it's Joker in the Discord. Joker, I don't know if you're here, man. Joker put in a bunch of links. As far as like, cause he wants us to do a stream of if it's worth having kids or not. And he did a bunch of research and put a lot of links in the chat. And, Joker, I do want to go back and do that stream for you. I think it was Joker. Damn, I can't even remember what channel he put this in the Discord now. I'm gonna have to save that. God, what was that? Content sharing? I think it was Joker. But when I do that stream, Joker, I want to... Okay, here it is. It was Joker. When I do that stream, Joker, I want to make sure that you're in the stream for that so you can enjoy it. Or at least you're going to know we're doing it so you can watch it after. So I really need to... I need to go back in there and do that for you, man. Luke says, women are propagandized. A diamond is a girl's best friend. It's crazy. Yeah, and... I know there's a whole thing there with, you know, probably the diamond industry and stuff like that and the TV and pushing that. He got down on one knee. That's why some peasants and lower middle class men could not marry. No, they were doing dowries from top to bottom, Brute Man. It wasn't just kings and lords. It was all the way from top to bottom. That's in the history. We know that for a fact. So, Brute Man, it's not just the rich people, just so you know. I think he may have been talking about more specific property concerns, but to be honest, from top to bottom, it's pretty much the same because it's private property, you know, society. If land is held in corporate, that's where you will see more bride price type paying stuff. Gamer says the Discord link in the description is expired. Can someone invite me? Uh-oh, I didn't change that. Let me see if I can get y'all in there. Get you an invite. Oh, I can't do it while I'm streaming, man. Yo, Mr. Pitt, if you don't mind, can you please put the Discord link in for Gamer? That'd be really great. I forgot to update it on the description.
And love is, you know, love is a funny thing. The romance stuff and infatuation, none of that is love. It never was love. Mm-hmm. Love comes 15, 20, 25 years into a relationship.
I'm telling you, Paul put so much down in this interview, it's not even funny. Like, and this is the thing, too, because when it comes to the dowry discussion, they're going to be like, oh, well, you know, what about love and all this stuff? But, you know, we looked at this earlier from Suvaya. Oh, gosh. Oh, did I X out of that? Oh, right here. You know what I mean? Like, no, romantic love does not have a monopoly on love. You know, and Paul Elam, you know, he's a man with experience here, and he's explaining how a love developed from mutual respect happens there. Shah in Renaissance Florence and Pisa, average age of marriage for men across all strata, 32 to 33. And homosexuality was extremely common in those cities, especially among younger men. Yeah, Renaissance Italy, though, isn't the best place to look at because they were going through like a specific type of economy there. Here, I'll pull up something for you on that. Let me do that right now. Let me see if I can pull. I was literally just reading about this yesterday, as crazy as that sounds. Yeah, here it is. This is Tuscan society. In late medieval and early Renaissance Tuscany, women married in their late teens while men married much later. Celibacy among women were virtually unknown. 97% of Tuscan women were married before the age of 25. Meanwhile, many men, especially those living in towns, delayed getting married or never married. Just 47% of Florentine men were married at the time of this catasto. This is like a census that was done in 1427. The mean age for women was 18.8 with the mode at 16, while men was 27 and 25 respectively. But then there's also there's a reason why, because there were certain things going around in that time that kind of pushed it to this kind of extreme. Damn, where's it at? Let me see if I can find it. Sorry, I'm going to take some time to try to find this. Oh, here we go. It was so bad that, according to this person, technically the women weren't even marrying across. They were marrying down, and they are still paying pretty big dowries for it. But the significant proportion of women marrying down can be explained by high wealth concentration in late medieval Tuscany, coupled with the necessity for women to marry when young. Wealth was highly concentrated. In Florence itself, the wealthiest 1% of households owned more than a fourth of the overall wealth of the town. Moreover, while Tuscan men preferred to delay getting married, women had to marry when very young. These three factors, wealth concentration, delayed marriages for men, and early marriages for women, along with a less favorable sex ratio for women in the 14 to 24 age cohort, made it quite difficult for a bride household to find a suitable groom, particularly if the bride household was wealthy or prominent. So, yeah, I mean, Florence and that time period is interesting, but I want you to know that it's a very specific case, basically. Thank you, Mr. Pitt, for putting that in there. Hey, Sivaya, great to see you. Welcome in. Shout out to you. We were just admiring your graphic design skills there. So thank you for making that. Boom, nuclear. Paul bringing it home. Absolutely.
Somebody. And how do you get to that point? Infatuation, none of that is love. It never was love. Mm-hmm. Love comes 15, 20, 25 years into a relationship with somebody. And how do you get to that point where there's real intimacy and real love if one person's fawning over the other all the time? All it does is build resentment and entitlement.
Mm-hmm. So,
thank you for clarifying that in the chat, Michael, saying, sorry, thanks, Shah. It was used by everyone because it made marriage a contract and showed approval by the parents, both the dowry and bride price for the most part. Thanks, Shah. The comment about kings and lords had to do with child marriages, a need for a male heir, and to create peace treaties between lands. Savai says, how weird. I popped in right before you said my name. That's pretty cool. Yeah, shout out to that.
You got some pushback during our, we did a panel a couple of weeks, or not, months ago, maybe, with some traditional conservatives on it.
Yeah, Tim and Andrew.
Yeah, and they were, I think Tim offered some pushback because you said you didn't have a problem with women working.
I have a
see that this part right here is going to be an interesting part of the interview.
Problem with women not working.
Okay.
Man, see there, I'm telling you, like, see, this is gold pill before we were calling it gold pill. Like, this is it right here. Paul Elam and Peter Wright had it figured out so well, you know, and then the dowry comes in and it really just adds a whole new layer of why this makes sense, you know. So fantastic.
Tell me why.
Get it. Yeah, gee, why should women have to work?
Well, because I think their argument would be that they should raise the children, and that's what's best for the kids.
Well, you know something? That's work, too. I mean, if they're actually going to raise children and they're going to take care of a home and manage a home, I respect that. I don't.
And they got to come in with this.
Oh, dowry, it's my right.
I don't have a problem with it, but I didn't need that from somebody. So why should I settle for somebody that can't carry their weight financially?
Right.
And the thing is, I had to make that decision first before I was ever in a position to look at this and say, I'm never going to be with a deadbeat woman again. She can better show
a deadbeat woman. Yep, right there. Deadbeat woman.
Up with her purse and having a job or some sort of income, or we're not going to even get started here. I had to make that decision before it ever happened. Mm-hmm. And I'm happy to say I'm 22 years into a relationship I wouldn't trade for the world. But it wasn't because I got on my knees in front of her or threw flowers at her or told her how beautiful she was every 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. I don't need that.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad, you know, Paul shares that and talks about it because it's just, I don't know, you know, it is something that's inspiring and shows that it can be done. So, you know, another shout out there to Paul.
And I don't think anybody does. I think that all this stuff it's infantilizing.
Luke, I agree. Now that's a song needing to be made. Deadbeat Woman won't be a hit of any kind. We need to add that to the Gold Pill album. Absolutely. I don't know why. It kind of, you know, isn't there a song like, you know, we got American Woman, Okay, that could be, you know, maybe something like that. Or Hard Luck Woman. Isn't there a song called Hard Luck Woman? I don't think I could play it on here, but Hard Luck Woman. Yeah, there is. This song right here. I don't know. I like that. Deadbeat Woman. That sounds I think there's something to be done there. I could almost see like a sort of jazzy kind of thing too, but like I don't know. Maybe like a bebop or something. Maybe in the same style as ZZ Top, Well Dressed Man. Whatever you guys come up with, I'm excited.
When you treat women that way, you treat them like they can't accomplish anything, like they can't
Infantilize
buy anything, they can't do anything. With all respect to Tim and Andrew, I think these are products of very emotionally insecure men that need a child to take care of, not a partner in life. I don't want a child to take care of. And sorry to say, you look at the population of women out there, average emotional intelligence is about 14 years old, no matter how old they are in real life, on a good day.
Well, yeah, actually, I tweeted that I didn't think women matured past like 17 at best.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I think like the best are like 17, 18.
I've been with a couple that were like 4 or 5.
Yeah. Well, I don't see a problem with women working.
Another interesting fact about Renaissance Florence Shah, homosexuality was extremely common among young men, particularly before ages 30 or 32, which was the average age of marriage for men. Yeah, that's really interesting. You know, when I was reading about it, I was just like, man, there must have been, I was wondering about prostitution, and I was like, maybe it was like really a big thing. It never crossed my mind about homosexuality, but I could see that being the case too. I don't know. It kind of, you know, I guess you can say, I've heard things about like different Renaissance figures. I don't know if they said that about Da Vinci or not. I don't want to spread false info here, but, you know, I can see that being the case, Brute Man.
Especially when you consider that women, and that's what they'll say. They'll say, Pearl's a feminist. And I'm like, well, it doesn't change the world I'm in. Like, feminism won. I don't know what you guys want me to do. I can't change it. But what I meant by that, though, is if the kid's in public school, why can't she get a job? The kid's gone. I think what's public school? 7 hours a day? 6?
Yep.
And then I don't. When I was a kid, everyone did after school activities. So you would stay. We had practice at 3:30.
Right.
You were there until 5 or 6. You came home at 7.
But Oprah comes on it too.
But I'm like, what are you doing all day? It's not like we have air fryers now. You can make like a perfectly good meal in an air fryer in 45 minutes. And it's like, it's not bad food either. It can be healthy and good for you. So what are you guys doing all day?
Well, and a lot of guys are finding now they don't want women to cook for them. They're fine cooking for themselves or cooking for others. I'm the cook in my home.
You know what? I respect him for saying that. I cook all my own stuff, and I like cooking all my own stuff, honestly. It's not something I'm worried about. I think it's something everybody should learn. Men and women should learn how to cook. It's not PC to say either, but Islamic countries, lots of men point to for non-gynocentricity, high homo rate and child brides and little boy toys. I'll tell you this, man. You know, growing up here, I know that people here have a very cartoonish, hyperbolic understanding of Islamic society. I can say that. But yes, you're right. There is that kind of stuff that happens there. Just like it happens here, that it is fundamentally part of humanity, maybe as far as instincts goes within a society, and it manifests there as much as it manifests here. And as far as non-gynocentrism goes, there is a lot of gynocentrism in, I guess you can say, Islamic society. And I just mean, like, sometimes I see content or like IG reels here and there is this kind of gynocentrism that's in it. But I think mostly here the psyche of the people and whatever their understanding of Islam is, they use that as a backdrop for the other or whatever it happens to be. That's more just supposedly supposed to be the opposite of what this is. But if you do look at it, you will see a lot of things that would surprise you. Kind of sad, actually. Part of that stuff that makes me angry about that part of the world. Brutman, bride price was extremely common in ancient Israel. It was pretty much required. It was called the virgin bride price, and men were punished for graping or enticing. Bride price is required. Man, these ladies can't cook. I cook for myself, or I wouldn't have nothing good to eat. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I agree with you, man. And it's just like, you know, I have a very specific diet too. I feel like women love carbs, man. Like, you know, it just seems that way. Like they want to have a lot of that stuff. And I'm just like, man, I'm trying to get the meat made. You know what I'm saying? Let's get some meat made over here. The Bible had set bride prices for virgins for certain violations of the law. Okay.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah. Yeah, I said that on a podcast recently that men are better cooks than women now.
Well, you look at it, some people will say it's misogyny and women's oppression, but you look at all the...
You know, it's crazy. I've heard that before. It was actually from my mom who mentioned that. And I can't even remember how that discussion came up, but I was surprised to hear her say that. I was a lot younger, and she was like, oh, no, yeah, men are definitely better cooks than women. I was like, really? And I looking at it, I actually think she's right, because, I mean, look, when I think of, like, food that I ate that, like, I've actually really enjoyed, you know, it was just...
You know, outrageously successful chefs
in
the world, they're all men.
Yeah. But then I'm like evil. You know?
Man, I used to love watching Food Network growing up. Man, you guys remember like Emeril Lagasse, Mario Batali? I think he had a little bit of a story. There was Chocolate with Jacques Torres. There was Alton Brown, the Good Eats guys. All of Iron Chef, and I'm not talking about Iron Chef America. I'm talking about Iron Chef Japan. If I could find the Japanese Iron Chef show on DVD, I would buy it. A lot of times, if I'm watching YouTube before I fall asleep, there's plenty of times where I will watch the Japanese original Iron Chef program, which was the best Iron Chef program. I don't even think I ever seen a woman compete on that show, now that I think about it. I don't know. Did they have that? Well, all like the top Iron Chefs were guys.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. What pushback have you gotten the last the last 20 years?
Oh God, I've lost count of the hit pieces in the media. I mean, most of them started back in 10 years ago when we did our first international conference on men's issues in Detroit. It wasn't too long after that the SPLC decided we're a hate group, that A Voice for Men was. So eventually they listed us as a hate group. It's really interesting. And I turned over A Voice for Men to Robert Brockway, a guy out of Australia, a great men's rights activist there that is doing a bang-up job running it now. And I just handed it over to him and started XY Crew, which is a men's groups that we're doing online, and we do real-world events. And the SPLC said, okay, A Voice for Men's not a hate group anymore, but XY Crew is.
Wow.
Simply because it changed ownership. I've had that pushback. I've had death threats. I've had people write me emails. Oh my God, a woman wrote me once, and I don't know if it was true or not. She said, my husband listened to you and he blew his brains out.
Wow.
Thanks for killing my husband. I get stuff like that fairly regularly.
So what keeps you going? Like, why do you keep doing it? If you get, because you could
Maybe I'm nuts. I don't know. That's part of the problem, that I don't know when to quit.
I think it's when you see such an injustice or something and it's just so glaringly wrong. It's hard. It's hard not to pay attention.
I think what keeps me going is that I was just never a guy that liked injustice.
There is. Yeah. And I did watch this interview before, so I probably just remember him saying that. But, you see something wrong and it's just so in your face. And, it's just, after a while, I think you just get sick of it.
And what I see happening in family courts now, this is why I get so frustrated with these guys that are out there just saying, marry the hoe. I'm like, are you crazy?
See, that's what happened with me working at child support. I mean, I read so many divorce orders and I just kept seeing this in front of my face where it was just like, man, I kind of feel like saying something, you know.
My trap.
Yeah. Marry the hoe. You know, just no matter what she does, go back and redouble your efforts and take care of her and be kind to her and give her everything she wants, or you're not a man. This is the underlying theme behind
you're not
all
a
of
real
it.
man if you don't marry.
You're not if you don't marry, and if she's not happy.
You don't continue your bloodline.
And then these guys.
Man, the all bloodline argument.
You get them.
You know what? Well, we'll be having that discussion when we do the pros and cons of having children. And this is a stream suggested by Joker in the Discord, who's provided a bunch of links and like different Reddit threads and videos that we can review during the stream. So, you know, that'll be a fun stream. Just something we could talk about, maybe different people's experiences and what they think. We've kind of touched on that discussion before, but, you know, we'll do a dedicated stream for that.
In family courts, and the family courts are they're the biggest rollback of civil rights since Jim Crow in this country. The way they just step on families, destroy them. They have an opportunity in family courts, if they were doing their job, to help a family restructure post-divorce, to keep the relationships intact with the children and both parents, and to make rulings according to what is really in the best interest of the child. They don't do that at all. They destroy children in family courts, and they destroy
I can back all that up, no problem.
Fathers, and ultimately the mothers, by selling them a bill of goods. Women end up much more likely to be below the poverty line post-divorce than they are while they're married. Their lives deteriorate. The children's lives go downhill.
It's a complete like atomization of the family. And when family court does that, like it just has so many like reverberating effects. And I've really seen this as I get older. You know, like when a family gets destroyed like that, there's the inheritance goes away. You know, there's no boost coming in for the kids. The dad, if he's been alienated, he doesn't have any incentive to sit there and try to care about the kid's future beyond that. Everybody just has their own agenda. And it's like, okay, if you got your own agenda, then F y'all, you know, do whatever the hell you guys want to do. Don't ask me for help. You know what I mean? Oh, inheritance. I mean, what the hell with what inheritance? What family? You know what I mean? And like this well-ordered way we have of doing things, unfortunately doesn't happen. So it's this problem that just keeps getting worse as time goes on.
The men's lives deteriorate, and we find that normally there's a 4-to-1 ratio of suicide between men and women. When you're talking about divorce and breakup of long-term relationship, it goes to 11-to-1. That's how bad things are out there, and that bothers me.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's the thing. There's never any push for reform before men get married. It's always just man up and take the risk anyway, and the risk is worth the reward. But
you know, John from It's Complicated, he has a interesting saying, and he'll say that when women complain, laws get changed, but when men complain, they're just told to man up. Gosh. See where we're at. Shah was like Finn from Star Wars. He was able to come out from being a Star Trooper and come into the light. That took incredible integrity and possibly the Force. Thank you. I appreciate that. Man, you know, I haven't seen a Star Wars movie in a long time. I do have a Darth Maul over here, though. This is one of my 1/6 action. Man, I got to dust some of these action figures, but Star Wars Darth Maul from Star Wars Episode 1, I thought was pretty cool. I think I know who you're talking about. That was like one of the newer Star Wars TV shows or something, or movies. I don't know if I actually seen those though, but I remember like the trailers. When I was a young Mormon, the polygamy thing is wild there too. Now only fundamentalists do it, but they have issues with old men and young girls running boys off, etc. And some of those girls, wow. Yeah, I mean, I've only heard bits and pieces. You know, when I was in Canada, I still haven't made the Canada vlog. But my buddies up there in Canada, we were driving through somewhere and they're telling me about this famous polygamist there was a couple famous polygamists and they're involved with all those people. And he was giving me the backstory on that. And it was pretty fascinating. Do you create the redone American Woman song? Just redo the lyrics to American Woman. American woman, stay away from me. American woman, where's your dowry? Don't come hanging around my door. I don't want to see your face, you're poor. That could be really nice. Nice one, Kyle. This divorce system snuffs out generational wealth. And I realized that while I was still at child support, that was one of my earliest realizations. I was like, how is anybody supposed to pass on generational wealth when people can't stay married and they keep getting divorced? It's not, the family project cannot, like, it's not designed for that. No, it's not how it works. I mean, the divorce happens. The nest egg gets juiced. Then they each got to live somewhere else and pay double the bills, basically, or like maybe get married. Or somebody gets divorced, and then like the 65-year-old, you know, like the 60-year-old dad gets married to a 25-year-old sugar baby. And then like his old will is null and void. Then he passes away and the sugar baby gets everything. I don't know. Like there's just all this wacky stuff going on, you know? I'll second that thought about Shah. Oh, thanks, Luke. I appreciate that, man. That's actually kind of true. Only women hurting drives change. Yeah, I've heard him say that. It's complicated a few times. Thanks, Luke. I wrote a crazy book on it, and it's endorsed by like 20 professors, some of the best in the world. Man, that's awesome, dude. Shout out to you. I respect authors. I posted about that in the Discord this week, too. I'm a solid Vader fan, just saying. Man, they released a 1/6 Darth Vader action figure, and it looked pretty freaking cool, but it's like, you know, I got the Darth Maul one already. There are other ones I'd get, man. Man, they came out with this Clint Eastwood. Like, they had an Outlaw Josie Wales. It was looking clean. I didn't get it, though, but I thought about it, man. I was sitting there like,
None of these guys have
He had like a poncho and everything and a hat.
seen the other side of divorce and what happens to these men. What are some of the worst horror stories that you have witnessed over the years?
The suicides. I have talked to several men that ultimately killed themselves because of family court issues. Other things, I mean, children getting kidnapped, taken overseas, men.
Yep. We know about, man, just so many.
Chasing them, trying to find their children. Just
people going homeless.
Depression that goes with that, and the fact that the system does not care. The people that create this won't do anything about it. Almost every divorce is a nightmare story. Guys get financially eviscerated. They're often, the cases in family courts are based on false accusations. The first thing family law attorneys do, particularly with women, is saying, I think he hit you, didn't he? And until they get that yes, and then once that goes out, the police will investigate. Most of the time they find there hadn't been an assault here, there's no charges. But by that time, the court has the accusation, and they issue ex parte restraining orders and everything else just based on the accusation. No proof whatsoever.
Or they might say you can't talk about it or something, you know, in terms of like social media. I think Steven Crowder might have had to deal with something like that, but I'm not sure. I was like 3 years old when my dad took me to the theater to see Star Wars. Man, that's a cool memory. When Vader walked into the ship at the beginning was the most evil thing ever at the time, made the hair stand up. Man, you know, I didn't see like the original 3 Star Wars until like my early 20s, but I remembered Star Wars episodes like 1 through 3 because that was what was coming out when I was in, you know, going through school. I think episode 1 came out in, gosh, it must have been 97 or 98. I can't remember. I think I was in like 2nd or 3rd grade. And I remember there was this one kid over there and he loved Star Wars. And he told me, I didn't see the movie until still years later. But I remember him telling me that he went to the movie theaters to watch it. And he went like 3 times. And I couldn't believe, like, I just couldn't understand how his parents, I didn't understand how he got his parents even to like take him to the movie theaters to watch not even different movies, but the same movie 3 times. It just didn't compute. I was like, wait a minute. So you went to the movie theaters more than once for the same movie? But like, he was like a Star Wars super fan. But then I ended up watching them. But when I eventually watched the original 3 in my early 20s, I was like, oh man, that's really good. Like, I can't believe it took me so long to see these. What's the title of the book? Oh, I think he's talking Michael saying, made an impression on me to this day. Paul's talking about the silver bullet divorce strategy. Absolutely. I've seen it. Silver bullet strategy and a couple people close to me too. It's evil, brutal, and effective. Horrible time to get divorced. Coach talks about that. And he talks about how I think, his divorce, he was lucky it came when it did, because if it came a decade later, it would have been really, really, really tough. I mean, it was already really tough for him, I'm sure, but it just gets worse. Gray divorces. This is Shah. At the time, Star Wars was like a wonder of the world. Best effects ever created. Oh, yeah, I bet it was like top of the line movie making back then. And it really was top of the line. I mean, you had Joseph Campbell. Joseph Campbell, who wrote this, A Hero with 1,000 Faces. He actually worked with George Lucas on the treatment. So I think George Lucas wrote a treatment for that before the script, or I can't remember, but he actually consulted Joseph Campbell, and it was a real, hero's journey kind of deal. Man, you had tip-top writing back then, I don't know, man. I'm sure there's some good stuff out nowadays, but I've like stopped looking for new media because I'm usually just disappointed. So I just watch a lot of older stuff, but I got to try giving new media another chance again. Maybe there's some better stuff out there now. The government is dependent on family courts and the destruction of the nuclear family unit. We have the largest government in the world. That could not have happened without becoming financial slaves. Thank you for that, Michael. I think there's some truth to that. Marriage, divorce, and remarriage, contracts, and covenants. Oh, that's the book name. Marriage, divorce, and remarriage, contracts, and covenants. I was 10 when my dad took me to Robin Hood Men in Tights. Man, I was just talking about Robin Hood Men with Tights with someone yesterday. I was talking to somebody, and we were thinking about going to a Renaissance fair. And man, I want to get that movie on DVD. I remember watching that as a kid on TV. Bit more lighthearted than Star Wars. I remember that one. Great movie. Absolutely. I got to watch that.
It is amazing.
That and the animated version of the Robin Hood where they're animals. You remember? I used to have that one too.
And the court has the accusation, and they issue ex parte restraining orders and everything else just based on the accusation. No proof whatsoever.
Yep.
It is amazing what they do. They pluck.
And then, depending on how busy the courts are, I used to see this all the time. That was like the formula. And one of my mentors at child support explained that to me. But it's just like when you do that, they issue a temporary restraining order, and then it's going to be like 6 weeks before you're actually standing in court to deal with this. So you got to leave the house now and figure stuff out. And then it could be more than 6 weeks. It could be like 2 to 3 months before you're in there. And then by the time you're in there, there's just a new normal. And in the meantime, she's already gone to child support. The engine's kicked on for the child support agency. And then, maybe the restraining order gets dropped, because there's no evidence or whatever. Then if that happens, then it's just the new normal is you guys are split up. You're already living on the other side of the railroad tracks now. And it's just, that's it. Then the child support order is already there. The custody is already kind of with her having majority custody. Now you got to fight for custody, a lot to try to fix that. And it's just all time and money. It's lawyers and it's just money slipping like sand through fingers, God forbid. Oh, my go-to for funny is Holy Grail. I remember that. Moose nipple chips. Hi, Shah. If you're going to do the pros, cons of having kids, consider reading Spangler's theories on the state of a civilization that weighs the pros and cons of having kids. They are not shame-based ideas. Okay, I think you're talking about Oswald Spengler's. Oswald Spengler. I know we talked about him once on stream before, but I'll have to look into that in respect to kids. That makes sense. Thank you, Caesar. Appreciate that, man. I got to see Life of Brian first, so that one wins out for me. Man, so much good older media.
Guys from their home, throw them in jail.
Yep.
Treat them like garbage. Tell them they can't come within 200 yards of their own children. And with nothing, no proof of anything.
Is that why the lawyers pander? Oh, that just made a lot of, because sometimes I'll talk to lawyers and I just feel like they're lying. And I don't know why, but I just, like, there's one that replied to me recently when I said men, like, in general are better parents. And he was like, well, no, you don't always know that. And I was just like, yeah, but you can look at abuse stats and you can come to a conclusion. I'm not saying it's 100%. Some men are terrible dads, just like some women. But I always find it odd when someone's arguing with me about a fact, you know, and it just, the way they react to that is just very strange, I guess.
Well, you always have to remember that between the judge and the two attorneys that are involved in any divorce, these people play golf together.
Oh yeah. I mean, man, that is such a good point right there. And beyond that, it's like, you know, they step into the courtroom so often, they know each other. The attorneys know the judge, the commissioners, whatever. And it's just like, it's just business as usual. You know what I mean? They know what's going to happen.
Oh.
They're
so if everyone knew how bad
part.
family court was, they would look bad too, because they've been facilitating this stuff.
Absolutely.
And the lawyers are in on.
There are so many terrible attorneys out there. I've met so many terrible family law attorneys. Like they will just keep continuing things or doing this or doing that until the whole family nest egg is just juiced. You know, as soon as the divorce starts, like I think I've even heard Coach pretty much break this down, but you got to fill out, we have this form called an income and expense declaration. I think that's the FL 150. There's also a FL 155, I think. And you know, when you file, they expect you to fill that out and you list all your incomes and assets and this and that because the court needs to make a determination. So the lawyers know, you know what I mean? And it's just so bad. It's so bad.
It too. So you can't even really trust what they're saying. I mean, sometimes maybe you can, but I'm just thinking.
It's rare.
Yeah, because they're the ones telling the women to accuse the men of abuse.
And what's one of the first things that family law attorneys do when they get a new client? I need to see all your assets.
Yeah, there it is. And us in California, that's called the income and expense declaration. So yeah, you got to fill all that out because, you know, the judge, you got to do that under the penalty of perjury. You got to sign that form and it gets filed. And then that becomes a thing. Sometimes they'll do discovery. You know, if they don't believe you, they'll do discovery. They'll hire like a financial forensic analyst or something to try to figure that out. Luke Nielsen says, I hate lawyers, dirty nits, even the so-called good ones only do just enough to fleece your wallet. Absolutely. Lawyers F me over in divorce too. Oh yeah. And it sucks, right? It's just like you're going over there. It's like, you know what I mean? You got to hope to God they're not screwing you and you're in such a desperate situation and you're dealing with all this legalese. And it's like, you know, how are you supposed to know, man? Like, you know, people aren't sitting here like, I didn't understand the legalese of child support. And I only did because I worked there. So then I understood it. But I always worked there and I always thought, man, like the average guy looking, or woman, whatever, average whoever looking at this, how are they even supposed to understand these forms that they got to fill out? And so much of my job was explaining to people all of that legalese, you know. This is absolutely true. First things first, how much money can we fleece from the family? Fact. Absolutely.
We want to see what you're worth. And they calculate how much of that stuff they can get before the divorce is over.
So if let's just say someone's worth $100,000, how would that?
They will take the case, bleed that money down, and when the money is out, they'll say, okay, we got a settlement now.
Continued hearings, you know, different hearings for negotiation, back and forth drafting of things. No, we're not going to settle. We're not going to settle. Over some stupid stuff, or, oh, we want this one thing changed, whatever. And then finally, like, yeah, when there's pretty much no money left, and then it's like, okay, well, we're ready to accept the settlement agreement offer that's been on the table for 6 months or whatever the heck it is, you know?
Oh,
And then finally, you know, you can get your divorce, you can get your dissolution judgment. Finally, after all that, you know, and it's just so stupid.
Oh. So
Motions
they're trying
filed.
to get the people's net worth to zero, basically. Take all the money they can and then make a settlement.
See, this is where the kids lose too, because all that money is supposed to be going to juniors' college fund or their extracurriculars or whatever to make them into some decent human beings, or saved for her dowry.
Dowry. It's my right.
You know, help these kids start their lives out right, help them get their first car, help them maybe get into a house. You know what I mean? And all of that stuff just gets juiced, you know what I mean? And then it's just like, man, like it's not even just not being in their lives or around them, but the economics of it is just the worst, you know? Luke says, thankfully I'm rebuilding and making progress. Been 2.5 years since finalized, and I finally have a savings again. Heck yeah, man. I love to hear that, man. I love to hear that. And I really hope you get to a point that you're really satisfied with, you know, and then you can just enjoy your life, man, and just go traveling around, you know, and just do cool things and, you know, just go to different workshops of random hobbies that you want to learn and get better at, and then find cool people who also do those hobbies and then like hang out with them, and then go to like different shows or museums in different places. And like, if you see something you want to buy, you just buy that, you know. And just really have some peace of mind, man. That's just like, you know, man, that's what it is right there. You know, like, I don't know, you know, like I'm grateful for my day today. You know, it's like I woke up and I was like, you know, I want to go to the archery range today. I could sleep in, but instead of sleeping in, like, let's get up and do something, you know. I packed my stuff in there and then I went to the archery range and I had all my stuff. I hauled it out there. I brought my little Osmo Pocket 3, my creator combo kit, and I just got some nice shots of myself just shooting some quivers, unloading some quivers, you know, on some targets. And then I just sat there and hung out for a bit. And I was like, what am I going to eat later? I'm like, oh, I got my meal preps. I'm going to eat my meal prep, you know. So I didn't even need to go to a grocery store or nothing. I just did that. Had some people reach out to me, call me or whatever. And then I was like, oh, you know, I'm just going to hang out for a bit. And it was just like, man, I'm just really grateful for that. It was just really nice and peaceful. Hung out with my cat for a bit. She was chilling. And I was like, man, it's just so cool that it's Saturday. I got the stream coming up. Going to hang out with the guys. You know what I mean? And it's just like, wow, like that's amazing. You know, like peace is amazing. And people idolize lawyers. Really says something about our society. That's a good point. I'm actually lucky. I know guys almost on the street and slaves for life. No. I mean, I'm really glad that when it was all said and done, Luke, like it was a manageable situation. I mean, because I know exactly what you mean. There's so many people that are so deep in, like it's so bad. And TradCons want you to take that specific deal too, which is the worst. Bro's got the 90-pound draw strength. Man, I wish I did. My bow is a 45. And 45 is a little challenging for me. I think 40 is the minimum for if you're going to go deer hunting, of which I am not doing. But, you know, I wanted like at least that. I got a 45 and it you know, it's tough because you're pulling back on that thing. And after a while, like after a bunch of quivers, like you got, you know, you start to feel the fatigue. But that's what's fun about it. You know, it's just such a great exercise. Man, I even thought about going back there tomorrow morning. Like I literally thought about going again tomorrow. And then sometimes I have stuff scheduled on a Saturday morning. And I'm like, dang, man, I can't go to the archery range this week. And it's so crazy. Like when you do archery, as the week happens and like I'm walking around anywhere, I will see an object or I will see something. I'm like, I wonder if I could hit that with my bow. Like I will see arrows just traveling from like the peripheral of my vision at something. Like weirdly, it's like I can see it. It's like if you play a video game for too much. I think lots of people have an issue. I think lots of people have an issue where they can't sit in silence with themselves. It's actually very peaceful. Yeah, I hope for me being outside is nice. Recurve, I like recurve. I've shot compound bows, but they're just really accurate, and they're just like, there's just too much technology on there for me. Like, I appreciate the simplicity of the recurve, and I like that when you're holding a recurve back, it's gonna feel like 45, but with the compounds, like, you're gonna pull it back, and then it's gonna feel like 15 because the pulleys engage. And it's cool, and it's super accurate, you know what I mean? But I like a bare bow recurve. I have a horse bow right now, and it's just nice to just try to do instinctual shooting. That makes it fun for me, because then when you hit the target, it feels better. You know what I mean? Compound bows, they got the sights, and I watch a lot of archery competitions and things too, and even the recurves there have sights, but I don't like having sights. Like, I want it to be like instinctual. That makes it fun for me, you know. I got an adjustable. I was so dumb buying the max draw strength I could legally obtain. Worked out though. Man, that sounds really tough. Like, what did you get? Like a... Oh, man. Oh, so I'm guessing you probably have like a 90-pound draw. Yeah, it sounds like you got like an English longbow with like 100-pound freaking draw on that thing. Just ordered my copy of Michael Sayin book. Stop slacking over there. Shout out, Giovanni. Shout out. I do gotta read Michael Sayin's book. I have looked through it. I gotta give it the deep read. Sorry on the phone. Dang touchscreen. All good, man. Don't worry about it. Look up Mongol recurve boys. They are pretty cool. I bet, you know what's so cool about archery? You remember the North Sentinelese, those people who live on that isolated island in the Indian Ocean? And then there was that guy, I think his name was Alan Chow. He was the missionary. He was like this young guy, really idealistic. And he wanted to go, you know, spread the word to the folks, the North Sentinelese over there, which is actually illegal because they want to keep not having contact because diseases might destroy their population. And I was reading his diaries before, you know, because he went there, he snuck there, and he ended up passing away. Ostensibly from the folks on the island. But I was reading his diary because we had some pages from his diary of his first couple attempts going there. And he was talking about how good the children North Sentinelese were with the bows. He literally said, like, he was holding a Bible and he was trying to, you know, preach, even though they don't understand his language. But anyways, one of these kids pulled out his bow. We're talking like 10 years old or less, and shot that Bible. Like, this is in his diaries. Yeah. So it's just amazing, like, how young and how great archers they could be. I lived in Mongolia for a couple years. Loved it. Wow, that's really cool, man. That's awesome. That is really cool. When I think of Mongolia, I think of fermented horse milk. Yes, I can speak Mongolian. Khalkha specifically. Man, that's awesome. What a freaking cool thing. Man, Luke, that's awesome, man. It was 90. Wow, 90-pound draw. Dude, I couldn't imagine a 90-pound draw. That is just insane. I think the highest in the world is 150. Can't imagine using that. Oh, yeah, no way. I mean, you'd have to be like, I'm sure the archers back then, man, like, that's like some English longbow type stuff right there.
And since it's...
Oh, so the other archers that I really admire are like the Comanche archers. They got a real specific type of archery going on over there.
Take all the money they can and then make a settlement. And since it's usually the guy's money, because more often than not, that's why they're lying.
Because tradcons say to be masculine, you know, you got to be the provider, do all these things.
This is all a scam. All of it.
That makes I could not figure out why he was lying. Because I don't know how to describe it. It's just like a feeling, I guess. But I'm like, they're hiding something. The way they're answering and responding to these facts is not honest. And I notice it from the tradcons a lot because...
See, Pearl's been calling out the tradcons for a very long time. Shout out to her. And she's like one of the few people who do that. Like, honestly.
But their ego investments, their religion. So, like, if these... That's why they do it, I think, anyways. They love their religion. But because they look bad if people knew what they did behind closed doors.
Absolutely. That's my belief. And this is, I couldn't prove this in a study, but I can tell.
Because they look bad if people knew what they did behind closed doors.
Absolutely. That's my belief. And this is, I couldn't prove this in a study, but I can tell you over and over again, the men I've counseled, they suddenly came to some kind of arrangement precisely when the money was running out.
Wow.
Yep, time to settle.
I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that family law attorneys are like ambulance chasers.
What are ambulance? Sorry, I don't get that. Sorry.
Personal injury attorneys that, hang out in hospital ERs and find clients who have been in automobile wrecks, and here I can make you some money. And those
It's
guys.
just kind of a scummy profession, family court, because
family courts are scummy. They're horrible places.
Yeah, but I'm even thinking family law, because unless you're like maybe a men's rights attorney, that sort of thing, it's like odds are you have to screw over men to get paid.
And you don't want a men's rights attorney.
It's just about where the money's coming from. And most of the time, if, guys playing provider, that's where all the money's going to come from for both of the attorneys.
Or anybody identifying that. Here's the problem. The courts hate that. When attorneys come in and act like their male clients actually have rights and there's a constitution and they should be treated this way, courts don't want any of that. They want compliance. I can't tell you how many guys were asking their attorneys.
I got to bring it up. I've seen so many people get talked down to in court, with the judge or whoever bossing up on them. And you guys remember Tyrese Gibson? He's been going through. I haven't actually checked on him for a while, but there was one where the freaking judge just straight yelled at him. Dang it! How far back was that video? Here it is, right here. It was this one. It was this video. See that? Where's my Tyrese? Show us the clip. Here we go.
57, Mr. Gibson's 2018 tax return. No objection, Your Honor. 57 in. If I recall your testimony correctly, Mr. Gibson, you said 2018 you were financially in, quote,
Let's watch this part.
We're hoping to accomplish shedding light on Samantha Gibson making well over $100,000 a year outside of what I make per year, and the necessary needs of the actual child are beyond met.
All right, I understand.
So what we're watching, okay, let's watch this one. Where's the part where he yells at him?
Commissioner's Exhibit, Mr. Gibson. Is that correct? In shambles. Check my
See, so that's the
$1 million. So you made $2.221 million. It's page 32. Do you want to check my
See, so that's there was another part in there. Dang it, I can't find it right now, but where he's just straight yelling at him.
Why aren't you saying this? Why aren't you doing that?
Oh my gosh, I've heard that in the UK too, where they said their attorneys don't even tell them the right thing to do.
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
It's like, why aren't we fighting this way or that way? Oh, don't worry about it. This is the way it's done, that sort of thing. And of course, it bleeds the family dry of money. And then once that's done, it's like, okay, we're done now.
Oh, that makes I could not figure out why.
They don't have the video, but there is a video of the judge just straight, man, coming down on him. I think it might be this one.
And we also we're hoping to accomplish shedding light on Samantha Gibson making well over $100,000 a year.
He's in here and he's like, oh, I'm gonna try this, and nobody, everybody's just no.
Outside of what I make per year, and the necessary needs of the actual child are beyond met.
All right, I understand. And you're aware that if you pay these amounts and then the Court of Appeals reverses it, you don't get your money back.
I am well aware of it.
All right. Do you want the court to consider you paying it into a bond so that in the event, whatever the court rules, no one is prejudiced?
I would want to know more about what this means as far as a bond, but if I could position myself to show any intentionality to do that, if that's the final outcome, then I'll take care of it. But doing something that is beyond the scope of the law, it feels like punishment.
I can't find the part where the judge yells at him, but he does.
It feels like it's just unnecessary. And if the roles were reversed, I just really feel like I wouldn't be sitting here.
Ah, it sucks, man. Sorry, that wasn't the video. I'll try one more, and then we'll abandon this.
Tender Petitioners Exhibit 57, 2032.
Again, I'm gonna hold you to contempt.
Oh, there we go.
Do the
Right here.
CFO thing. Here's a question to you, smart
No,
person.
hey, that's enough. You go sit down, we're taking a break, lawyers back now.
It was just, I don't know. You know, it's just, man, that's what people are going to, you know, what you got to deal with in there, unfortunately.
And the judges have to be in on it too. So do you think it's just gynocentrism that makes them do this, or the love of money?
I think gynocentrism helps, but I mean, they're attorneys. It's the money.
Yeah, yeah, okay. Because sometimes I wonder if, I don't know, because there was a switch that clicked for me when I was interviewing men and women would always say they were abused, right? And someone in my comments section said, ask if they filed a police report. And I couldn't believe none of them did.
Of course they did.
Yeah, and that was when I was like, oh, these bitches are lying. None of them are telling the truth. Because then I would, you know, it's like you ask one question, because your natural reaction when someone says they're abused, I think it's like an empathetic, for me anyway, was why would you lie about that? I would just believe them. But then I would ask like 2 or 3 questions. Like one chick said that she was thrown down a flight of stairs by her ex-boyfriend, right? That sounds pretty bad,
That's
right?
pretty rough.
Yeah. And then I asked, I was like, okay, what led up? And someone in my comment section was like, ask her what led up to the fight. And so she's like, oh, I wouldn't leave his house. So what I think happened based on the way she answered was she wouldn't leave his house. She was making a scene with his kid there, and he was pushing her to get out, and she fell down the flight of stairs because she wouldn't leave.
Yep.
And
not surprising at all.
Yeah, and so and I talked to other guys, and they're like, "Oh, my ex-girlfriend refused to." Like they've all have a very similar. Maybe there wasn't a police involved, but you could ask guys, and they'll say, "Oh yeah, women do that all the time. They refuse to leave. They'll make a scene."
Another part of that scenario is guys that are in relationships with women that are psychologically and emotionally very abusive, which like borderline personalities are. They can be horrendously abusive people. A guy will take that abuse for years, and then one day he can't take it anymore and he slaps her. That's all the world will ever see is the moment he slapped her. They won't pay any attention to anything that led up to it. Nothing else matters. He hit a woman. Time to go to jail and take all your stuff. And the guy says, yeah, I did it. And nobody cares that he'd been provoked for years and abused for years.
Or they'll hit first.
Yep.
And then one day that they get slapped back.
Yep. And the police will arrest the guy in that every time.
Yeah. Well, so I guess my question is, in family court, do you think they know that the women are lying? Or
they don't care.
Oh, they don't care.
They know.
Yeah, they don't care. I mean, and that's because it's so much of it just goes to, you know, they're just going to look at the law and say, okay, do this. Well, it says this, do that. And there's just no incentive for them to dig that deep unless you want to pay a lot of money to get them to do that. That's where I like Father X's stuff. Like he has provided, I think, a very strategic way of at least dealing with the in-court battle. I haven't seen him post anything for a while. Hopefully he's okay. I'll have to check his channel out.
They know the whole thing is corrupt. Steve Baskerville wrote about this very well. They know precisely what they're doing in there. They know exactly what's going on. They know the family's being fleeced for all the money. They know the children are being destroyed. They know that
they just don't care.
They don't care
because they're making money.
Exactly, and it's like they're trying to even, with child support and the agency, there's performance measures and these kinds of things. It's like they're trying to, and for them, they'll say, well, we're serving families. How many families did you serve for this fiscal year? You know what I mean? How much money of child support did you send home? How many, how much money did you collect on arrears? How many kids did you establish paternity for, whether or not they're the real father or not?
Their routine. This is what they do.
Exactly. It's not convenient for them to care. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just how much business can you get done? I used to hit the base near Babylon at Hilla, and there was a motorized rifle company from Mongolia there. Their commander demanded I have tea with him whenever I was there. Loved me. Man, that's so freaking cool. I really like tea. I really do. That's like the real tea hangout. I guess some of you might call that a tea party. But like the actual sitting around hanging out with people having some tea, I appreciate that.
And, family courts that I know of don't have cameras in them. There's no real appeals process for family courts. You just, whatever the judge rules, that's it. So they have impunity and they can do anything they want, and they do.
Right.
The only thing that's going to save family courts in this country is bulldozers. Mow them down and rebuild. It's the only thing that will ever save them. It's just too corrupt.
Do you think that's possible?
Not really.
Yeah, I don't either.
No, I wish it was.
I wish they could record it and make it public. I think that would help.
COVID kind of helped that a little bit because really you had to be there in person. And then because of COVID, they started doing Zoom hearings. And, some of those Zoom hearings were getting out onto the internet because technically they had to do that because they had to stream the Zoom hearings live. And the reason they had to do that was because all the family courts are like, they're public. So anybody from the public can go sit in on a family law court hearing. So what they would do is they would stream the Zoom hearings, but as soon as the stream was over, they wouldn't have it posted for people to go rewatch. It was just the one stream while it was happening. So people were going in and watching the stream and recording stuff while it was being streamed. And that's how we saw some of that stuff. So that was at least an interesting thing. Then people are watching what's happening in family court. They really should have that, streamed more often. Or I don't know. They should be at least seeing what they're doing,
I think when you put the light on something unjust, then people start to speak out. And that's why sometimes these tradcons, I'll do debates with them. And I'm just like, why don't you come with me and go tell the men that served their country and got divorced, raped, got their children taken, that they're not a real man. Go tell them. Go ahead. That it's their fault their marriage ended.
Well, it won't be anything they haven't heard 1,000 times already.
Yeah.
The world is so gynocentric. One of the biggest problems that I have with guys going through divorce is that their own families turn on them.
Oh my gosh. I interviewed one guy, his whole family.
Yep.
His whole family believed he was an abuser for they came around 5 years later, but she got his whole
A little
family.
bit late for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it happen 1,000 times. Guys, their own fathers, their own mothers turn on them and side with the abusive woman. It's amazing. That is when you take fundamental biological gynocentrism, which arguably is a necessity, and you turn it into that, you've got a crazy world. And I don't see what there is to stop it at this point other than, eventually the society will collapse. Mm-hmm. And that'll be the start of something new and maybe a little bit better. But until then, I don't see anything changing. It's too profitable and it's too easy for people. Mm-hmm. If people can turn on their own children because a woman said he hit me or he was mean to me, man, we're a long way from being able to fix anything.
And they never ask, even the Michael Knowles interview, he didn't ask her any freaking, I'm like, guys, you don't ask any questions.
I think Michael is challenged. I'm sorry.
You think he's like mentally challenged?
Well,
he's like a smart guy, you know. But.
Well, you know, simps are some of the smartest people you'll meet, some of the dumbest people. It's not about intelligence or culture or race or ethnicity or religion or anything. Simping, it runs through the veins of Western men, period.
It's like a kind of sophistry, you know. It's not about standing up for or trying to reach a place of greater understanding. It's about trying to win an argument for whatever your interests are. And the simp has his interests.
And then you get people like Knowles will be like, yeah, marry a hoe. It's okay. And I don't think he would let, I wonder if Michael would let a saved pedophile watch his children.
Gosh.
Never.
If you're using his logic.
Yeah, but he thought it was wise to bring a woman that used to get men to cheat her on married men.
And don't forget to game the judge. Exactly.
Yes.
Like, she's going to end up fucking one of the, sorry by the language, but I'm a swearer, I don't know. But like, she's going to end up having sex with one of the married guys and they're going to be like, what happened? How did this?
I can't believe she did that.
Shock and awe. And then I'm the bad guy for.
We're at about 3.5 hours, guys. I do want to put this out there. I have 2 other videos. There's how a Silicon Valley dream turned into a nightmare. I don't know. This one was a real do you have the stomach story. And it's not really his wife's fault, but there was another woman and this guy basically simped and just destroyed his whole house, basically. So I thought that one was interesting. And then I haven't even watched this, to be honest. I don't even know what this is about. But all I saw was the title. Did child support hating ex-wife escape justice after shotgun blast murder? And I was like, damn, I might be able to react to this one just right off the bat. So if we're going to get to these, we may have to, we'll have to come back to the Paul Elam interview one of these days. Let me just do a poll real quick. Which video should we see next? And I'll put a third option if you guys want to stay on the Paul Elam discussion. We'll change this one to Silicon Valley tragedy or child support ex-wife. Child support ex-wife shotgun. There we go. So whatever you got, I just want to give you all the option because I know I've been talking a lot tonight. This one's pretty long. If y'all want to change, you know what? In the meantime, maybe we could pull up another Instagram reel. We saw the single dads. All right, we're gonna get some John Wayne speech therapy, and then this is how John Wayne fixes a stutterer.
It ain't my fault I stutter.
Listen to me, you whining little whelp. You're gonna stop that stuttering or get the hell out of here. You're gonna stop it or go home, do you hear me?
Son of a bitch.
What did you say?
You goddamn son of a bitch.
Say that again.
You goddamn mean son of a bitch.
Say it faster.
You goddamn mean dirty son of a bitch.
I wouldn't make it a habit calling me that, son.
All right, shout out to John Wayne. And we got something called men's flowering period, which is a trend in China. Let's take a look at this. I thought this was just funny.
How short is a man's flowering period? On Chinese social media, a girl said, "This is what my boyfriend looked like when he was single, and this is what he looks
Look at that. That's right when they got married, and this is them now.
like now." Netizens commented, "From a handsome guy to a farmer fighting the landlord."
From a handsome guy to a farmer fighting the landlord.
At first, people thought it was just an occasional thing, but even today, people still joke about it. Another woman posted, "This is how my husband went from my ideal type to not my type." And a man uploaded a video showing how he went from a handsome young guy to a greasy old uncle after getting married. Someone commented, "After 25, men are basically 60. Another replied, "I asked my husband. He didn't say anything."
Guys, is this the wall for men? Does the wall exist for men, or is that only for women?
He just kept laughing. One comment showed a picture and joked, This is
you single, this is when you're dating, and then this is when you're married.
Some men's evolution, from single to dating to married. A wife shared a video complaining about how short her husband's flowering period was. Someone asked, "Did you do this to him?" She replied, "How did you know?" Someone else posted
Look at this guy.
a photo, and people joke. People might think you are dating two different guys. Another asked, "How did a young couple turn into a father and daughter?" How?
Okay, all right. That was just some brief fun, guys. Just a little bit of fun there. All right. Let's see what we're dealing with. I'm gonna close the poll now. Show the women. Exactly. I know they were strangely missing. 66% say stay on the Paul Elam discussion. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. That works for me. That works for me, man.
Pointing it out.
Absolutely. And
I probably got like another hour max in me. And then I'll probably call it.
Is gynocentrism. Modern gynocentrism is you cannot speak ill of any woman.
Or even
period.
question, why did you raise your prices after you were saved? That seems a bit odd.
It does, doesn't it, for somebody that's turned away from those ways?
Yeah, freaking A. So what, you said you think that men can spot out red flags pretty easily in women?
If they'll own the responsibility to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Women's bullshit is so open and on display.
Okay.
You can't not see it if you're looking for it.
Okay.
I tell men all the time, you have to test women. See if she's even this vindictive. Just the tiniest amount of vindictiveness early on tells you that vindictiveness will be multiplied by 1,000,000 down the road once the infatuation's over and you're in a real relationship and it goes south. You're going to see vindictiveness out of that person. But
man, I feel like that's something us younger guys, it's hard to understand, but it definitely is true. It makes a lot of sense. Like I think that's years of wisdom and understanding speaking. That small amount of vindictiveness just magnifying and multiplying towards the end.
Men look at women and figure out, is she attracted to me or not?
Mm-hmm.
And if she is and I'm attracted to her, that's all I need to know. And then down the road, they're writing me or booking with me saying, I don't know what happened. It's a terrible problem, but you have to look. You have to look. How does she handle money? What's her debt like?
How does she handle money? What's her debt like? Man, I've said it plenty of times. Ask for the credit report. Ask for the credit report. What's her debt like?
Debt, okay.
Yes. I want to know her credit score.
There it is, right there. Oh, shout out to... See, I mean, this is like... fantastic.
I want to know how much debt she has. I want to know her spending habits, her interests. I want to know how she handles pressure. I want to know how she handles no. And here's the problem, as we've been discussing, gynocentrism means there is no no.
Right.
And so men have to actually rebel against all their life's programming to do one simple thing, to tell her no to something.
So how would a guy test early on for vindictiveness? Because one thing I hear from men is that after the marriage, after the kids, the women change. And
I think they do after kids some, but again, I never did buy the she was an angel and then one day she was a demon spawn. I don't buy that. It's there. They didn't test her. They didn't push. Ask her or tell her no to something. If she wants to go see a movie, just say, no, I'm not into it tonight. And then you watch very carefully what she does. Does she get huffy about it? Can she handle a no? Can she handle a no to not spending money?
Mm-hmm.
Does she want something? I want a 3-carat diamond, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
What does she behave like then? She'll tell you who she is.
Mm-hmm.
She'll show you. Does she feed into the idea of a relationship where a guy's running around trying to make her happy all the time, like a trained seal, clapping his flippers, trying to get a piece of fish? Is that the setup she wants? Because if that's what she wants and that's what you're providing, there's two problems. There's her and there's you.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't buy these guys that say, oh, she perfect, just everything. And then we got married and all of a sudden she was a different person.
It's a good point. That's a good point. A lot of it's just not wanting to accept things that you see. Question from Giovanni English. Would you guys prefer your potential spouse to do a polygraph prior to the marriage? That's a great question. I'm going to make that a poll. How'd you write that there? Would you prefer your potential spouse do a polygraph? I'll say this. The nice thing about the polygraph, whether or not it's really telling you the truth or not, is the fact that it's all on the questions you come up with and like how deep you dig in. You know what I mean? So that would be the opportunity to ask a good 400 or 500 questions and just dig into something like a lot. Kind of like, you know, I've had some buddies who became like police officers and stuff like that. And they tell me about the interview process, and all of them have to take a polygraph, and they have you fill out like a lot of stuff before that, basically questions. And then they go through and then ask you a lot of stuff based off those answers. So, you know, that you can ask a lot of things, you know, like, have you ever been arrested? You know, just all kinds of stuff. Like that would be that. I mean, I think it would be worth it. I'm not getting married again, so for me, it doesn't matter, but I would think it might be an okay idea. The sort of thing depends solely on the tester and the questions. There you go. Exactly. Michael Sand says, we would rather wear rose-colored glasses. If they are not virgin women, sometimes men don't want to hear their past. Luke says, a lot of that statement by Paul is kind of rigged. Most guys have no idea to test, what to test or how to test. Yeah, because they're conditioned not to, I would say. Luke, yeah, we don't know until we are burned. It's amazing the older men in our lives and fathers never warned us.
Even though he's not a real man if he doesn't pay for the date or like plan the date, it's like, well, is it that big of a deal? Like go Starbucks, it's like $10. You know?
No, and gosh, I think there's enough even traditionalists left in me that I would spring for Starbucks or something like that. But once it's established that you're not just two ships passing in the night, men need to sit down with women and have a talk about money, how we're going to approach this. Because if it means you think I'm here to treat you like a 4-year-old and to take you to the candy store every day, that's not going to happen. And guys need to be able to say that. 99.9% of them never will.
No, well, that's one.
And then they say they don't know what happened. I'm not buying it.
Well, that's one thing I disagreed with trad cons is the women working. They think women should just never work. And
it's mind-boggling to me how they can say that and then not mention the word dowry at all, or just not understand that the woman's side should still be investing something into that marriage. If they don't want women to work so badly, then I mean, why not do something like this?
No dowry. It's my right.
It's crazy. It's absolutely insane.
Try that with 9% inflation, sure.
Well, the reason I came to this conclusion was I saw 2 job postings. One was a fireman for $22 an hour, and one was it was like a diversity and inclusion officer for $22 an hour. And I thought, like, if you're as a family, one of you has to work, it would kind of make sense for her to. Because, I mean, he's going to risk his life every day, or you get to go sit in an air-conditioned office doing nothing for 8 hours? You can't do that. It's not like working at a farm 100 years ago.
Now, I mean, I think you make perfect sense.
Yeah.
How far would that go with the average woman?
Oh, no, they would get so mad.
Absolutely true. No one told me, taught me, informed me, warned me, etc. I ran face first into that stupidity. I speak about this stuff at church, and I'm kicked out on a regular basis. As men, generally, we want to think the best of the person we are creating a family with. It is almost impossible for us to determine that they're actually evil sometimes. I like Orthodox churches, but I even see the priests simping hard for women. I have to walk out when it happens.
Would end right then and there.
Yeah, well, and I think it's different if women, if we came to the table with at least youth and maybe 6 kids, like back in the, it would make sense for us to stay home, but it's like, we're offering 1 to 2 kids. They're in public school. We're getting married around 30. So why is there no compromise? It doesn't make sense to me.
And I think this goes back to TradCon men really getting things confused. They want children, not women. They want somebody to take care of and I think in their minds, somebody they can control. They're put off by women who really are independent. I mean, every feminist is a strong, independent woman,
Right.
yeah, until the check arrives. But there are actually strong, independent women out there who make perfectly suitable partners for a guy that's screening out all the garbage. But I'm just, I don't buy that. Don't work.
Yeah.
This is not a world in which, one, financially, it's really hard, especially these days, to not have 2 salaries for most people. I mean, if the guy's making $1 million a month, it doesn't matter whether she works. But for the most part, it's needed. Only these guys, these TradCons are just holding on to something that disappeared like 40 years ago.
Yeah, and mostly probably even existed on TV, you know, for the most part, you know, instead of being anything tangible.
Yeah, well, and then they want you to get on their team, but they
And whatever did exist, it was, you know, it was really buttressed by a fantastic economy.
lost.
Yeah.
What have they preserved? And then they want you to get on their team, but they lost.
Yeah.
What have they preserved?
And what they're shilling isn't even actual traditionalism at this point.
And those guys, guess what happens too? Another part of this that has to be considered. You take on somebody and you become their financial benefactor and you're taking care of their life. When the relationship ends and you end up in court, guess what the court sees?
Keep paying some money.
She's used to being provided for.
Alimony.
The very thing that they set up is exactly what the family courts are going to perpetuate. And of course, a lot of these idiots will tell you, well, if you're a real man, she won't go to family court.
That's one thing I mentioned on Pearl's thing too, is that whether people like 50-50 or not, it's coded into our law 50-50. So they need to contribute something. TradCons are most assuredly in love with the Leave It to Beaver era. Yeah, absolutely. And you know, and then it's just like, oh, well, you know, she divorced you and it was your fault. You know, you weren't man enough, just like Paul's saying here. That is what courtly love was in the 12th century. It was the worship of women. Then chivalry was mixed with courtly love in the 17th and 18th century. Probably even a little earlier than that, I'd say. But then it really, you know, took off. Romantic novels. Coffee Enjoyer says, well, now it seems like post-World War II America is seen as the norm, but it was actually very unusual and something that rarely, if ever, happens. Exactly. These guys are also products of the same indoctrinations with no pushback. These dudes are all losers. They just need to game the judge. Exactly. Use pickup on the judge.
I mean, and I don't know what to do with that level of delusional thinking, except say, fine, just go ahead and do it, dude. Marry her, take care of her, and then when taking care of her is not enough, and the average woman will file for divorce at 7 or 8 years, which happens to magically coincide with guys' max income potential. Right when they're at peak salary, that's when the divorce is filed. You want to set that up? Go for it.
See, that's what people who are blue-pilled were, you know, and back then it was like, is it worth talking to your buddies about that? And most of the time, no, it wasn't, because it was just going to, bring you the ire of everybody for saying that stuff out loud.
I could use a business.
Well, and like even if you look at conservatives, like the older generation and the younger, half of them are still divorced. Like, I think it's mean the way they sell their religion as an anecdote and to like family court. I just think it's mean and it's not correct. Look at Steven Crowder. He had a very different tune like 10 years ago. And I like Crowder. Like I have a lot of empathy for what happened to him, but it's like 10 years ago.
I think what happened to him gave him a little bit of empathy too, because he ended up apologizing to the men's rights guys for the bad-mouthing them over the years. And sadly, this is what it takes. And and with all respect, I like Crowder too, like his work. But look at it. Until it happened to him, he didn't give a damn.
Yeah.
And that's what I see in all of these trad cons. Oh, it's not happening to me. It's not my problem. Mm-hmm. Most selfish, self-absorbed people. And this is why I think those guys are really more inclined to want the little traditional housewife that will take care of everything for them and doesn't think or talk too much.
It'd be fine if women...
I call the trad cons the original virtue signalers. Like, they oftentimes get mad at people on the left for virtue signaling, which people on the left do. But the real masters of virtue signaling are trad con types. Luke says, yeah, most men didn't have the benefit of comparing notes like we do with the internet today. Yep. And being able to watch women themselves, make videos from their car explaining those things, confirming those notes. Ever tried to talk sense into a blue-pilled guy? Impossible. They're going to do the blue pill and then wonder why the suppository came when it did. Yeah, and it's like, it's not even just about them arguing with you, but they will throw you under the bus. Like, they will try to get you excommunicated from the group. You know what I mean? Like, they will just become vindictive. It ain't even worth it. Crowder has been going nuclear lately. Really, I haven't seen any of Crowder's work recently at all. Like, I haven't... I remember him back then, but I haven't watched any of his new stuff. So that's interesting. Is he going on this kind of stuff, like family law or marriage? Tradcons represent the church. They represent the doctrines of the church, and many of them are as leaders in the church. So they are subject to their teachings. They are purposely blindfolded.
Could do that. It's like...
Pearl,
or if they would.
Yeah, they would. Like, what women are you guys meeting? I've interviewed 1,000. I can maybe count 2. Like 2 out of 1,000. Those are not good odds.
I went through 25 potential partners before I met my current. I had to reject. And a lot of them rejected me. It's the moment I said, financially, you got to show up and carry your weight. They were done.
Man, I love that. I love that Paul recommends that and discusses this. It just makes so much sense. And that's the tough part, I think a lot of people, if you find someone, you're like, okay, she looks cool, you're trying your best to make it work, you're afraid to ask that. But, I mean, you just got to keep going until, it's just kind of like Gamer was mentioning here earlier, that he was talking to some ladies and they weren't feeling it, but he's just like, I'm going to keep going until I find someone who does. And that's exactly what Paul Elam did. And it worked. 22 years strong going for him, I think is what he mentioned earlier in the interview.
In that moment. Absolutely. Wow.
We'll probably take this to about an hour on this, and then we'll read some comments. I'll probably go like just over 4 hours today. Probably not make it to 5.
Completely done. And that's okay, because I finally, because I wouldn't settle for anything less, I kept doing that until a woman said, well, yeah, that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Like, oh, okay, we can talk more. But these guys don't want that. That's fine by me. But the age of needing a woman in the home to raise a child or to raise 2 kids, 1.5 kids, whatever, that's just not even thoughtful.
Well, and again, they always think we're talking. I'm like, I'm not attacking if your wife wants to be. And I have a friend that did that. She's a stay-at-home mom. She has 5 kids. And that, I mean, she works. They have chickens. She does all the stuff around the house. Or I meant like works at home. I got nothing against that, but let's not pretend women are doing that.
Yes, let's go. June Cleaver died.
Dishwashers, washing machines. Oh my gosh. Cars. Let's see here. Well, it's just like that sometimes. It's like explaining to people why they shouldn't drink when they haven't have anything serious happen to them or their health. Yeah, they just can't understand, or they're just so stuck in that. They don't want to understand. Something about TikTok videos featuring women saying it's okay to walk away from a good man if you're not happy is especially infuriating. There's no greater proof that marriage is a terrible deal for men in the West today. Yeah, and it seems like every week. I mean, even like once a month, like every so often, like the new version of that video just goes viral. You know, I know there was one recently where the woman was saying that her husband does everything and he's a great husband and a great father and a great provider, and like she just basically wanted to leave or something. Yep, Mr. Pitt, they don't know what a covenant is, and they don't care. You gotta stay gaming, bro. Don't focus on no girl. You gotta stay gaming. Amen, Luke. I'm gonna make that a sound effect for us, so we don't have to go to the Instagram.
That's
all the time.
over.
Yeah.
This is not the life. These women are hitting the gym and doing enjoyable thing. They're Pilates, and it's a life of a lot of leisure and a lot of self-care. And man, I would suggest to any guy, if what you want is a woman who's obsessed with herself, maybe you ought to look in the mirror and ask yourself some questions.
What do you think when tradcons say that when we say this, that we're just submitting to feminism?
I think that's a cheap out.
Okay, let's.
Just because I think that women should carry the weight financially doesn't make me a feminist any more than speaking English makes me a feminist, because feminists speak English too.
See, this is the beautiful part of the dowry history. And I think this is really why Paul and I, connect so well on this, is because this gives a historical backdrop that shows that Paul's understanding and instincts on this were correct the whole time. And it really pushes back on the tradcons, and this pretty much pulls the rug out from under the tradcons when it comes to the financial discussion here, and to say you're no better than feminists. So they have like collective amnesia on that. Like, I don't know how the feminists pulled the wool over their eyes. So I don't even know if it was the feminists or who it was, but it's just fascinating to me that no one was looking at that. It's crazy when you really think about it. Looking back now from the place of understanding that we're at now, how ignorant they were about it. It just doesn't make no sense. And that's why I always describe, finding the dowry like this. It was just like this when it happened. This is me like figuring it out right here. Finding the papers, the academic. Oh my gosh. It was here the whole time. They lied to us, man. They were lying to us.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
Oh yeah. The hidden dowry.
The boat cannot hold no more. And there are at least 8 more boatloads down there. You are wealthier than...
Oh, yes. Yep. It was hidden from us, man. It was hidden from us. They lied to us.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
They took it from us, man. They took our right from us, and then gave us a raw deal in return and said, to be a man, you got to do this. They took our right from us.
Oh, dowry. It's my right.
And it really, it just, I can't allow that to go on. It really just irks me. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if irks is the right word, but it's just unbelievable to me that they were able to get away with that and then make men feel guilty and guilt trip men into a bad deal of a marriage when it just never worked like that. It never worked like that. It was all lies.
They played us like a damn fiddle!
Not anymore.
Absolutely bullshit comparison. It is 2024. The economy, they rigged the economy to need a tax base of two people working in relationships. This was done by design a long time ago.
See that? See that? Done by design a long time ago. I'm telling you, we're circulating around something. We're circulating around something. You remember we were talking about this earlier in the stream. Something happened by design, and they needed to get rid of the dowry system in order to open up families so that they can start taking the nest egg. All these respectable families had a nest egg, you know, that they would cultivate and pass on to create strong families and strong communities. And they were like, we need that wealth. We need to pull that wealth out and put it into the swirling economy here. So, you know, whoever can grab it, whatever. And that's how they pulled it apart, you know, and reached their hands in there and grabbed the gold, you know. So something happened, and we're getting close. We're circling around it.
Those days are over for the average person. If you've got a ton of money, you can beat the system. But for most people, it's not a doable arrangement. It's just not going to work.
My least favorite one, I think influencers get these super big heads. They're like, everyone become an influencer. I'm like, how are we going to keep the lights on? I had this conversation. I like Sneeko, but I had this conversation with him when I interviewed him last. And he was like, well, everyone should become an influencer. And I'm just like, okay, well.
Yeah, how's that supposed to work? It's just like, well, kiss goodbye to like electricity or whoever keeps that running, you know what I mean? Forget about our whole transportation system. It's just funny, you know. I guess, you know, I don't know. Unless they start allowing everybody who does real work to become influencers, but you still got to do your real job once your influencing career takes off.
Electricity, factor, like
electricity,
your phone.
Water,
yeah,
water, heat.
Like I don't know if that'll work. But.
Gas,
No, but going back to the, you know, I've had that over the years too on several subjects. Oh, you sound like a feminist. Well, if what I'm saying is making sense, then it's either true or it's not, regardless of what people think it sounds like. Mm-hmm. I think women should also practice ultimate accountability for everything in their lives, which is the most non-feminist idea that has ever existed. Mm-hmm. But if guys need to say, oh, he's just emulating feminists to feel better about what they're doing, fine by me.
Yeah.
It's just another shaming tactic. It's another get back on the plantation. You're no better than feminists. And feminists are, you know, they're just so stupid. And therefore, you guys are just as stupid. It's just another, you know, shaming tactic, you know, just to try to throw that on you or make fun of you or something like that and say, okay, and our way's the real way. Our way is the real traditionalism.
So in the recent Diverting Hate document that was funded by the Department of Homeland Security, the female authors expressed concern over anyone calling men simps or referring to male behaviors as simping. They say simping is really just another word for love and kindness towards women, and
What
that
the
people
heck?
who don't want to do that are being radicalized. I'm going to read this article to you.
Sure.
Stop simping. How misogynistic influencers humiliate women to discourage sympathy. A disconcerting trend has surfaced within the manosphere of YouTube, characterized by a series of videos where men proudly proclaim to stop simping. Through public humiliation of women, they demonstrate how not sympathizing with, showing too much attention for, or otherwise being submissive to women can lead to the actual harassment and bullying of women while providing them a false sense of power. This phenomenon is linked to the theory of gynocentrism and fueled by the belief that men often prioritize women at the expense of their own well-being. Simp is sometimes used as a derogatory term to troll men and extend any positive expression or behavior towards women. particularly kindness, in exchange for some action, usually romantic interest. Simping can be used in the lieu of standing, which to say someone is an extreme fan of something.
Stan.
Gynocentrism, originally describing a dominant focus on women in theory or practice, has been manipulated by some to be that societal chivalry and white knight behavior prioritizes women over other groups. Men going their own way, MGTOW, for example, identifies itself as a reaction against the perceived misandry of gynocentrism. Why do you think the government is so obsessed with micromanaging men's minds and behaviors when they simply want to avoid traditional yoke and go their own way? Do you think the government might have concerns about the demographic collapse we're seeing in marriage and birth rates, or do you think there is some other reason?
I think there's both. I think the government probably is concerned about those things. I know if you look at countries like Japan, they're in trouble. South Korea is in trouble right now with birth rates. But this also blends with cultural gynocentrism that we have now, because what that said, if you reduce it just to the basics, is that if you don't simp, you hate women. If you don't grovel, then you're a misogynist. If
you're toxic.
Don't fawn over women, then you're not a man. This is the same basic principle we've been sitting here talking about for a few minutes. Government's concerned? Yeah, because if the preponderance of men went red pill, there would be real trouble. And red pill thinking is growing. It's happening. I mean, there's content creators like you and a bunch of others out there now and even mainstreaming these ideas. And I think they are concerned about it. But I also know that this is, when you have feminist academicians and you get government money, you're going to get studies like that and papers like that, regardless of whether or not the government's concerned about it. Mm-hmm. But of course, if their plan is to do something about it through something like this, all they're going to do is create more of it. Because I hear that, and the first thing I want to do is rebel.
Yep, and ultimately, I think Paul was correct about that. If you look at like the last election and stuff, I look at it as tradcons came in and they tried to hijack what was the original red pill movement and pretty much get them under the conservative umbrella, which in itself isn't bad, but if it's the same tradcon stuff over and over again and it's not actually gonna create any tangible changes for men, then that's the part where it's like, are they going to actually improve things or not? Which we're watching now. Let me just go ahead and read some of the comments, and then I'm thinking we'll probably just call it around here. We're about at the 4-hour mark, so we'll read some comments and then start winding down. Family, and this again was only posted 7 days ago. But there's still plenty of comments. Family Court is about the most wicked thing on earth. The level of unfairness was staggering. I won't get fooled again. Yep. My grandparents made it work. My grandmother never opened a car door. They were a team and had an extremely functional marriage. She never undermined him, spent wisely, took care of the house, cleaned, and breakfast made for him every morning, canned stuff, sewed, crocheted, and took care of him. She was a model wife. He was a model husband, and they didn't have money. Well, shout out to them. You can lead a woman to logic, but you cannot make her think. Paul Elam is a legend, absolutely. Lawyers see an emotional woman. They see dollar signs. Yep. The fact that Pearl can see eye to eye with Paul Elam should demonstrate how real she really is about this. I'm beginning to understand why my son is a confirmed bachelor. Marriage these days is a bad deal for men. Absolutely. The number of abusive mothers is massively underreported. My own mother was extremely violent to me, dad and 2 siblings, and yet never once apologized for her behavior. I left home at 16 and joined the military, and my childhood shaped my whole opinion about women. Pearl is 1 in a million. I'm 62, and I'm 62 now, and in all my relationships, not once did I ever want the government involved in the mix. My ex-wife moving out with my son was the most painful thing I ever experienced. I sometimes don't know how I survived it. Luckily, I had no assets. Wow, that sounds terrible. Paul says at the minute 43, the minute she gets control of a relationship, it's over. Earlier in the conversation, Paul said the ability to destroy a man in divorce is like holding a loaded gun to his head. Ergo, any relationship ends at the moment of marriage and becomes a hostage situation. Nice work, Paul. Edit, that's 1 hour and 43 minutes. Haven't seen Paul in the video for almost a decade. This man has given me more food for thought about the problems with men's thinking, the current social, political, legal landscape, and gender dynamics than the rest of the internet combined. I'm glad to see he's doing well. Heck yeah. There is more money in ruining a marriage for all third parties involved than there ever is in saving marriages. Thank you for having Paul on, Pearl. Yep. So some pretty good comments there. I say we just see what Dantavius is doing real quick.
Hey, yo, Dantavius.
Yeah.
What's today's quote of the day?
You gotta stay gaming, bruh. Don't focus on no girl. Just stay gaming.
You absolutely gotta stay gaming. That is very, very true. Let me just check the chats one more, and then we'll start winding down. Michael Sain says, when you realize liberals and tradcons are the same, it's about being faithful to your side. No questioning, no changing. It's two sides of the same coin. Yep, trying to convince them they are wrong. Yep, the same two sides of the same gynocentric coin there. Tails trying to convince the head to become a tails. That's accurate. I'm registered politically as unaffiliated for a reason. I'm a real independent as opposed to the independent party and can see valid arguments regardless. Bless your heart, Shah. Thank you, gamer. Kindness and simping are not the same thing. Klaus says not simping equals misogyny. Oh, well, HR calling me that for some time. No, it is what it is. Don't be fooled. Since Capitol 6 riots, the government is extremely concerned about any governmental takeover by vets and red pillars. That's a good point, man. You're right. You know, I'm sure they've taken all kinds of steps to, I don't know, do their best to keep a handle on it. But, you know, we'll see. Obstacles to opportunities. Great show. Hey, no worries. Thank you. Great seeing you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for that. Obstacles to opportunities was on the panel with me when I was on Pearl's show a few days ago. So guys, yeah, if you please check out his channel. I think he told me he was going to be back into making content here soon. So he does finance, I think. So great seeing you, man. Mr. Pitt says the government is afraid that if enough men go red pill MGTOW, there will be another Arab Spring. Men completely have the ability to pull the plug on this thing if men could collectively stop, find a way to like hold their finances from giving it to them. But it's a lot of pain for everybody. You know what I mean? So it's hard. It's hard to do. But after enough just annoyingness, enough men are, I'd like to think, maybe I'm being too positive about it, but I'd like to think are just not wanting to take a bad deal. So the government is in fact panicking. Yep, Mr. Pitt, that is why they are concerned. They are concerned about retaining power and controlling the masses. The government is not that competent. I think another group has the strings. Ooh, like a kind of shadow sort of oligarchy. I like the way you think, gamer. That could also make a great fiction novel that could be based off of real facts. They're competent enough to know that if they lose men, they're done. But you're right about someone else above them informing and guiding all of them in the same direction. They have psyops. That is the point of the FBI and CIA. They are about directing your thoughts and the thoughts of other nations. This is where the word conspiracy theory came from. Shah, are you eating with friends daily? No, I mean, like I'll talk to folks, but I typically eat by myself, man, because I'm cooking for myself and I've been on a strict diet and like I don't like eating out, especially not lately. Like I'm trying to shed another like 7 pounds or so. But no, I wouldn't want to eat out daily, man. Like that's just, I would not be happy with myself if I did that. And I can't stand the food out here. To be honest, man, most of the time I go somewhere, the food just sucks, bro. Like I'm always constantly disappointed with the quality of the food. And just, it's just like always like a rip off, or there's way too many carbs and not enough meat and it just sucks anyways. And you know what I mean? So I'm just like cooking for myself unless it's like a real special occasion. Let me get some music on. We gotta get some music on. Come on now. It's the prisoner's dilemma. The blue pillars will throw the others under the bus in a heartbeat. Exactly. It's always the prisoner's dilemma. Yeah, it's an interesting thing, you know, because that's where it's like, oh, can men collectively come together, or women collectively come together? I don't know, because as soon as you reach a certain point, someone's gonna break rank. You know, if all the hot chicks come together to try to withhold, you know, sex from men, well, eventually someone lower on the hierarchy is gonna break rank, because they'll be like, it's my opportunity now. You know what I mean? I don't know. So, blue pillars want you dead, not silent. It's hard to eat out if you're on a particular diet anyways. Yeah, it is. And then it just like sucks when you don't even enjoy the food. Like, you know, I want like meat and rice, you know, like, I'm at, like, where can I find like a good stew that makes sense? So like I only want to eat out like if it's like something that like, you know, I really want to do. But like if my buddies hit me up and they hella want to eat out, like I'll go, you know, but it just really depends on the occasion, like maybe somebody's birthday or something. But if it's just to go hang out and eat, like I'm good for a bit, you know. Thanks for everybody that hung out today, everybody who chatted and hung out the whole time. Like, honestly, guys, I appreciate that. That makes it a lot of fun. Thanks for all the folks who super chatted. Thank you for that. I think we had some fun today. I think we learned some things today. We got to see some gems today. You know what I mean? We saw some interesting stuff on the dowry, which was really cool. I know you guys like that, so I thought I'd share some gems with you guys today, because it's been a while since we pulled out the big guns, you know what I mean? We definitely pulled out the big guns today. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. Fun discussion with Paul, Elam, and Pearl. Shout out to them. Appreciate them. You know, we'll just keep moving things forward. Just keep going. We don't stop out here. I got a couple more collabs coming down the pipeline. I got to make some more standalone YouTube videos. I really need to do that. I know I say that every week. The last one didn't do bad. I mean, for the views I'm used to getting, it didn't do bad. That was on the kind of trad wife meltdown over the engagement ring. So I hope everybody has a good rest of their weekend. I still got to do the model kit stream. I know I promised Mr. Pitt that. Oh shoot, Caesar Quintana. Thank you, Caesar. I appreciate that. Is that an Aura ring? No, you know, my buddy in Canada gave this to me. He's a Freemason. And it's a fidget ring. See? He's a goldsmith. And you know, he gave me this. I visited him at his goldsmith shop. So it's fun. I don't know. I'm kind of addicted to, well, hate to use that word, but I just keep having fun, like just spinning this around. Thank you for the super chat, man. Appreciate that. Let's make it clear. You know, we'll play that new song. What's that new song? Should have listened to Dantavius. Hell yeah, let's see what that is. Thank you again, Caesar. Mr. Pitt says, did you say whether or not you wanted me to make the Dantavius song in a different genre? Man, I didn't. I wonder what a good genre would be. If there was like I feel like since Dantavius is a gamer, he would like gamer music, you know, like some kind of techno or something. I don't know. Like some sort of anime style techno, but I don't even know what you'd call it. I just feel like since Dantavius is a big gamer. But I like this though. Man, this is too much to ask. But it's probably, I don't know if AI can do it. If you could sample that You Gotta Stay Gaming in there, or put that in the chorus, like you gotta stay gaming. Just stay gaming. So, it doesn't even have to be his voice. should have listened to Dantavius. But yeah, no pressure, Mr. Pitt. You know, another great stream. Thank you, Giovanni. I appreciate that. Still salty about missing the Friday live stream. Oh man, it's all right. It was my fault, you know, because I had to go to that birthday dinner. See, and like that was the last time I ate with my buds. You know what? Just for y'all, we'll go ahead and play the cowboy song. So, you know, I like to keep it on Saturday. I am going to do a Twitch stream probably because I don't want to put it on YouTube, but I'm going to be playing this game called Metal Gear Solid Delta just for some of my buddies who are big fans of the series. So, yeah, if you're on the Twitch, then, you know, you might see that if you care, but no pressure, man. The Ghost of Mario Pool has entered the chat. Exactly. Shout out to the Ghost of Mario Pool. I think I can try to manage that. Might take more time than regular AI. Yeah, I mean, it's all good, Mr. Pitt. Like, don't stress it. Honestly, I think just the chorus with the words is good enough. Like, I could probably go in if I have the song file and add it through. I can add it through Adobe Premiere Pro. So if you give me the song, I'm gonna make this into a sound effect anyways, so I can just put it over some pieces of it. You gotta stay gaming. So yeah, it should be all right. I still gotta post all these songs, make the Gold Pill album. We got a serious album coming together though, by the way. Like, we got some good songs. We got these two, Meretricious. Now we got Shoulda Listened to Dantavius. There's a lot of stuff. It's funny, I enjoy watching gameplay these days instead of actually playing games myself. I hear you on that. The only games that I'm actually playing is the retro stuff. So, you know, this other one's gonna be on my computer, but I do that a lot too, man. Like, sometimes instead of buying games, because I'm just like, I know I'm like, if I buy it, I know I'm not really gonna finish the game because it's just hard to spend that much time on it. But sometimes if I really want to know the story, I'll watch a playthrough or something. So, you know, unless it's like a game I really, really, really want to see, then I'll do it, you know. But other than that, it ain't the same. Man, I enjoy the music. I'm glad, you know, tomorrow's Saturday. I hope everybody has the day off. Next week, we got Labor Day coming in for the folks out there who get Labor Day off. So that'd be pretty cool. Maybe we could do something special on that on Monday, too. Might not be a bad idea. Yeah. And maybe we can come up with Deadbeat Woman. Yeah, we need a song called Deadbeat Woman. If we don't get it this week, Luke, please try to remember that for next week, and we'll try to get Deadbeat Woman going. Anybody who needed the Discord, I hope you guys got that. I've been enjoying, like, you know, I enjoy reading the Discord comments. I really do. So thanks for the participation in the Discord. Luke says, I've been busy working on the other tune, but may try my hand at that one. Sounds good, man. Yeah, please share that if you get around to it. Again, no pressure. Michael Sayan says, thanks, Shah, for your time and night as always. No worries. Thank you guys for being here and making this stream enjoyable and fun. And we will get back on it next week, maybe even sooner. So have a great night, everybody, and I'll catch y'all on the next one. Deadbeat Woman in a techno beat. Heck yeah. Thanks all. Great crew to hang out with. Heck yeah. Drop the MP3 and the AI content. I'll definitely check it after the stream.